Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Democracy First, our virtual town hall for diverse civic-minded people to gather Monday through Friday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time to discuss current events, legislation, civics, politics, and the effects on our democracy. A two-century-old work in progress shaped by we, the people. We gather here to continue that work, making good trouble. We welcome new voices and we treasure the old in our conversational roundtable centered on respect, where we strive for a safe, welcoming space that is informative and inspiring because it's fact based and solution oriented. We do honor a few rules of etiquette. We understand that we can agree to disagree without being disrespectful. We understand we can attack arguments or ideas without attacking people. We raise our hands to speak and we mute our mic when we're not. And this is for sound quality and to allow others to speak without interruptions. In other words, being respectful. A reminder it is a daytime recorded space, so please keep this in mind with the personal information you share and the language you use. But otherwise, don't be shy. We'd love to have you join in the conversation. If this is your first time here, to request the mic, use the microphone icon over to the left. You'll be brought up to speaker. And once you're at speaker, use your heart icon. And when you click on that, you'll get a panel of emojis, and there is a stationary hand to the far right. Click on that to raise your hand once you're brought up to speaker, and we will call on you and join you in the conversation. So, again, thanks for being here, and please share, retweet the space while I turn the mic over to my awesome co-host Eugene. Let him greet us this morning. Tell us what's on his mind while I send out some invites and put a little information in the Jumbotron for us. So, Eugene, how are you today?
Good morning. Well, let's see. Saturday, I woke up and I saw something, that thing about Joe Biden and it just the sick stuff trending. And so I got motivated and I redid that I've done with all my other accounts that thread of pedophiles in the Republican Party. Um, I did, so they like to call him Creepy Joe, right? They're trying to start something here. They did this to Hillary, and it was really effective. And so, I've spent a lot of time thinking about how to combat this narrative, and I think that this is probably the most powerful way to do it, and that is just to thread what the facts are of how many pedophiles are in this party. So I had put in there that there was 314. I got down to the end of it. There's actually 333, and I've got about 14 more that Kaja I think has on this new list that I got to put in there. This is not including. So she now has a list of 900 of these, like just like remember 300 and I'm going to say probably 40 something of these are pedophiles, but she's got 900 that this is included with that have sexually assaulted women or or beat them, um, you know, um, in in some very just brutal fashions. It's just some of it is just really heartbreaking to go through. I just wanted to focus on the pedophiles because I saw what they did to Hillary with that it's like a code word with these people, and so I said, okay, so I didn't want to bring the rest of it in there, but that list is really powerful that she has put together. Um, yeah, so I put that together and it did pretty good, as far as people retweeting. I want to thank everybody that did retweet that because this is how we combat that. That's a really nasty thing to say about somebody, right? I mean, you can't call somebody anything lower than a freaking pedophile. There's nothing. And they're trying to tag our president with this, and it's an absolute lie.
Yeah, well, we definitely need to be consistent in calling out their lies. And right now, we know most of the narratives that they are pushing are false. And we need to combat them and present the truthful narrative and to
Well, it's easy
continue
to
to
say
push
to
that.
it's easy to say combat it, but we got to have tools to do that with, right? You can't just say, "Oh, you're wrong, you're wrong."
Mm,
Um,
I mean, I don't think that there is any one size fits all way to combat it either. So,
yeah, no, that's true.
yeah. Okay. So, but we have to definitely get the truth out there and not allow the false narratives to circulate and take hold, because what they do, they know that they can continue to circulate the false narratives, and if they say it enough, they don't care if it's a lie. If they say it enough, it starts to seep into the psyche of people who don't follow the news or who are just so um, attached to their cult and the ideology. They don't question what they say, and they know this. I mean, literally, they can be um, on the Senate floor voting against something one day, and coming out that afternoon or the next day talking about how awful the Democrats are at not addressing this problem. I mean, we've seen them do it over and over again. The baby formula, and this is how they operate. They're doing the same thing with this crime wave that they're trying to make an issue, which I thought was interesting, that when they took a poll, I think this was back in September, like the issues that voters cared about. I didn't get the entire list, but crime was like number 7 down on the list. Abortion rights and voting rights and some other things were way up there at 1 and 2, and some others. But they took that and now they're making it number 1, and they're doing it on all of their channels and things. So then it starts to kind of seem real, because when any crime or violence occur, they just ramp that up and say, see, we told you. So we just have to be constantly aware of the narratives that they're pushing, number 1, you know. So I do enjoy the fact that there are people who go into their, arenas, the dark waters, as I call them, to see what's going on with them. I don't like to spend a lot of time around them or energy. I do think it's important to be aware of them, but yeah, just so we can know what they're doing, so we can know what we're fighting against and how we should fight against them. But yeah, so good afternoon, guys. Want to welcome you for being here. Don't be shy. Come on up to speak. I know that a lot of times, especially when we first start, you guys are busy, you're at work, and we are honored and humbled that you come in and spend any part of your day with us, especially when you're working. So we get that. But we do love to have new voices in the conversation. It's not about us. And we love to hear what's on other people's mind, what they're doing, get an update on the status of elections and legislation and things that are affecting people in different areas, and the only way that we really get to know that is by the people from those different areas coming in and sharing with us. So we thank you for doing that. We do have 2 speakers who have come up, Eugene. We want to hear from uh, Madeline first, who is a candidate who is running in a hot state right now. They had a lot of activity this weekend. So, want to hear from her and see how things are going on the campaign trail for her. And then from Allie, and find out, what's on her mind. And also, if there's some things I know, some geopolitical things that are going on that Allie may be able to speak to. I'm not sure, not trying to put you on the spot, Allie, but I know there are a lot of things going on, and I just have really kind of not kept up with them. But I know they're important and that they have uh, an effect on us here as well. So I thank you both for being here, coming up. Going to give the mic to Madeline and then Allie.
Hey everybody, hey Dee, thanks for having me. Hey Eugene. It's been a second since I came up and talked, but I did just want to, because we did have a lot of activity go on in Georgia this week with all of our debates. And we're talking about misinformation. And I was like, wow, what a great segue. And I wanted to not necessarily talk about me because the campaign's going great for me. Early voting started today. We're doing the work. But I did want to highlight a debate that happened yesterday between Marcus Flowers and his opponent, who I will not be naming. And his opponent asked him a question about gender affirming care for the transgender community. And she basically framed her question in a very transphobic way, spread misinformation about what gender affirming care actually is, and then basically argued against it with the guise of protecting children. Mutilation of genitalia was mentioned. And I want to address that because we've just said people don't watch the news. People only watch debates when they come on. That will be like the only piece of news they'll watch that day. And people who are being misinformed on a daily basis will hear this, will talk about it, will not ask the questions to the transgender community about, like, hey, is this actually what goes on? Of course, they're not going to ask. They're going to assume that Marcus Flowers' opponent was correct in what she was saying and that she is totally justified in arguing against it. And so, because Georgia is also a state that allows conversion therapy on children and adults and has virtually no protections for the LGBTQ community at all, it is so imperative right now that Democrats in Georgia and all over the country are talking about highlighting the LGBTQ community and giving them platforms to talk about their experiences, educating heterosexual individuals on what the community stands for, what they agree with, what their reality is, what their experiences are, and teaching us. Because, I mean, I'm a straight ally. I am not standing here as a person of authority on this topic, but it is something that I watched play out in real time and it immediately made me enraged. And I know that this kind of rhetoric is just going to cause even more issues than we're already seeing inside the LGBTQ community in Georgia because they have no one here protecting them against any of that. So it's just going to get worse. And we already have a statewide problem with discrimination, harassment, violent crime, sexual harassment, all of it, just the whole gamut of any way you could discriminate against the LGBTQ community. It happens in the state of Georgia. And I just want to put that on everybody's radar today that that person who's a current elected official is speaking that way against a community that is very prevalent in places like Atlanta. So I just wanted to say that and put that on everybody's radar. And I'm going to get
Well,
off my soapbox, but that's
no,
all.
but it's very important. I'm glad that you pointed that out because here, again, remember that sometimes they try things in certain states and communities. It doesn't get a lot of fanfare. It doesn't get picked up in the media, but they're able to be successful to some degree with it, and they just replicate this behavior and legislation if it involves, changing laws around people and things, and they just export it to the next venue. And that is one of them because just recently here in the summer, here in Tennessee, they passed legislation so that Vanderbilt can no longer perform um, those services here. So, and we have a lot of transphobic lawmakers in the legislature here, and the legislation that they are pushing is reflective of their views and ideology because they also passed at the same time a ban on gender involvement in sports and the bathroom thing. So I'm glad that you highlighted that. And I did see a clip just of her debate, in particular, that debate. And I just thought she was out of order all the way around. I don't get how, partly I do because of who owns these media companies or whatever, but she was just allowed to continue talking and performing pretty much the same way that she does all the time without, to me, enough pushback from the moderators. So I think that in part is also why, like Katie Hobbs doesn't want to debate the idiot, the mega person that she's dealing with out there. But thank you so much. I did hear you in another space talking about um, your campaign and how energized you felt it was, and that you felt really good about it. So, I mean, that's why we bring you candidates in here, and it's okay for you to give us an update. That's really what I would like to hear about, because it's important, because your race is our race too. It's important for us to have these democratic gains everywhere. So please tell us a little bit about, your campaign.
Yeah. So actually, we've had a turn for the better recently, which is what is getting me so excited about my campaign. Um, I have said before in spaces that I didn't think that I was going to win this election because I didn't think at that time it was really winnable, because I knew my district had a 33% Democratic lean, right? And that was, discouraging. But we did so much voter registration and so much outreach. And I have had so many college students re register with their current addresses that we now have 19,000 registered Democrats and independents in my district, and I only need 11,000 votes to win. So this has now become a very winnable election very quickly. and
Kudos to you, Madeline.
and it's not all
Kudos
just
to
me.
you.
Stacey Abrams, she
That's what I was
carried
going to
that work.
say.
She
And
carried that work. And Brian Kemp has been on
mhm.
recording saying that, hey, if they can do that, we can win these elections. And that's true. He is scared because he knows that Stacey Abrams has put in the work. She has organized all of us. She's motivated everybody. She was on a Zoom call with my entire county last night. So we got to hear her personally and blah 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 blah. So she's been doing the work. She's been doing the work, and the work has paid off. And so now we are raising money like no one's business to be able to host in-person town halls in all of the areas that I need to go, because we've tried to do that before, and really money what was holding us back, because I didn't have money to rent on a venue, or couldn't get stuff in on time or whatever, and flyers and printing costs and blah 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 blah. So we are raising money, and I'm planning on having at least two, but hopefully four, because I have four counties in my district. But I'm trying to, get one in Bullitt County, and then an hour up the road is the end of the other end of the district. So we're pretty spread out. So I'm trying to be able to reach everybody and have in-person town halls where I sit down, talk to people, let other people talk about elections, get people motivated to early vote, make sure we have plans for election day. And, even if it doesn't happen this year, I will have that to, kind of ride the wave over the next year and a half until 2024. And so I'm really truly using this year as a first time, very young candidate to figure out what works, what doesn't work, what do we need to do more of, what gets people motivated to get to the polls, what doesn't, that sort of thing. And so we'll have a bigger, better run in 2 years. But also, if I get elected on November 8th, I'm ready to go up to Capitol Hill. So it's all good.
Good. I was
So,
going to say, yeah, be
yeah.
ready. So
Yeah.
that
So,
is so awesome, and I'm glad that you had an opportunity to come here and share that with us here in this space. And I remember when you came in and you told us about the potential for your race there, and you were honest about that. But like, you continued to do the work, and thank you for giving the credit and props to Stacy, because this has been a large part of her life's work, and so she's helping teach other people how to do it, and it's so important, and it's such a stark contrast. I mean, as she called, Brian Kemp is like one of the lead architects of voter suppression, you know so it's very important that people recognize, like, he's not, those stripes aren't changing, and should he retain office, he's just going to continue suppressing and suppressing. And because, as you said, they've said it, they know that if everyone has free and equal access to the ballot, they won't win because their policies are not winning policies. So thank you
Exactly.
so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And the last point I want to say before we get off,
Mm-hmm.
just because it's early voting in Georgia, if you're a Georgia voter, we have had insane issues with people today knowing which polling place to go to. Apparently, the Secretary of State website is not accurate in its entirety. So, if you're a Georgia voter or in a state where there's early voting starting today, please make sure you check, make sure you know where your precinct is. Call the voter protection hotline or your county's elections office if you need help. But also on that note, the voter protection hotline has been like overloaded today. So a lot of people are on hold for a really long time. So go today if you can, go tomorrow, go as early as possible so you have time to work out all the kinks of issues that may arise. So that's all I wanted to say. Make sure you know what you're doing and make sure you give yourself enough time to have a mistake happen without having it be too late. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. And I see Sean is here. Oh, I'm so glad that she came up because I saw she already voted early. So up next, we've got Sean. Do you have a moment? If not, I know you're probably one of those workers. Um, let's Sean go if you guys are okay with that because she is in Georgia and I know that she voted early. And then we'll pick up with the order. So Sean, Allie, Kevin, and Graham.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Miss D and Eugene. And thanks for letting me speak. And thanks, Madeline, for the update. I just wanted to post the link for where you could select your county and the different places for early voting in Georgia. So I
Thank you
put
so
that
much.
up in the jumbotron.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. I really, really do appreciate it. And like I said, it was such a delight to see your picture and your early voting sticker. And that's what we need people to do. You get out there, you get yours done, and then you're continuing to work to make sure that other people do. And as Madeline indicated, there are a lot of shenanigans and things going on. So we have to have people need to have a plan to vote and they need to have backup plans and they need to have a plan for if they encounter problems. And that's why in the Jumbotron again today, as I often do, I have posted that election protection number, the voter registration deadlines, opportunities to phone bank and text bank. And I'm also going to be putting up a few of the um, organizations from like vote.org when we all vote so that you can check that information. And, Shauna told you sometimes you may have to actually make a phone call to your elections office to get that information, but do whatever it is necessary. Do not be deterred. Do not let whatever obstacles they are putting down, because surely they are. And some of them are very subtle and some of them are not so subtle, but they are definitely all designed to deter us from voting and to make it difficult. And, in addition to all of the operatives we have out here on Twitter and other places doing that work. So thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate you
Uh,
and glad you came up.
you're welcome. And one more thing, tonight, Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp are having their debate. So if you're in the Georgia area, it's being broadcast on public television at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And I don't know if there's a web streaming version of that. If I find it, then I'll put it up as well.
Okay, thank you. If it's being aired on public television, they will probably have, like their streaming links, like PBS, and sometimes you can find them on YouTube as well. So anyone that has any links to those, please do share them either in the Nest and the Jumbotron or in the chat, the chat down below. So thank you so much. We appreciate you, like I said, doing the work. And you said you were inspired by the folks in this space. We are inspired by you. It's a mutual thing. So just thank you all so much. And we're going to go next to Allie, Kevin, Graham, and then Mark. And Sean, you can stay up as long as you like if you I said, please feel free to share any tips and resources that you think will help us do the work that we know is required of us.
Hey, you guys, lots of greetings from cold, wintry Europe over here. Um, it's lovely to see you all and hear your voices. I've actually been paying quite a bit of attention to, it's from the time I woke up to, the Georgia voting and different things happening in the U.S. But Dee, if you would like me to shift over and talk a little bit about the bigger geopolitical context, I'd be glad to do that.
I really would, because there are quite
Okay.
a few things going on that
Yeah.
geopolitical stage that really do have an
Mhm.
effect here. And I know
Yeah.
we need to focus, and I know we are going to focus
Mhm.
on, the issues that we're dealing with here in the middle. We're in the middle of our election, so but we need to
Mhm.
keep an eye on those things, because sometimes they have immediate, kind of importance. So please do share.
Sure. So, yeah, Europe is bracing for a very lean, cold winter because of interruptions in gas and petrol deliveries. France is now in day 10 or 12 or something of a general petrol strike, so there's no gas, and they're getting to the point where there's no deliveries to grocery stores and stuff like that. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that winter is always the strike season in France. There are petrol reserves. These are refinery workers that have blocked 5 of the 6 refineries from letting petrol go out for deliveries. And we're also coming off of 2 years of people working a lot from home. So uh, it's uh, it's an interesting situation, though, because part of what's happening is that there have been some protests in major cities, especially over this last weekend, including here in Paris, but also in some of the other major cities, including in Germany, regarding inflation. And a lot of it is anger aimed towards companies, big corporations that have taken in their, in people's minds, have taken advantage of the situations created by the war in Ukraine to take giant profits off of things like energy and to continue to pay out um, their shareholders, as opposed to lowering the prices or keeping the prices manageable for all consumer goods here in Europe. So people are really kind of buckling down for a cold winter. Inflation is up about 20% in terms of general electricity, which really hits a lot of people, especially older and lower income marginalized people, quite seriously. Um, and of course, the UK is in disarray because of their new government, and still reeling after the Brexit uh, debacle, basically. So they're particularly suffering. The other thing that's going on is that NATO has moved to continue to fast track Ukraine and has increased military presence and support for Ukraine. And, there is talk and fear about nuclear war, but um, things are escalating. There's, there were these recent attacks the last 2 days in Kiev through drones that were apparently supposedly supplied by Iran. So the wider range of entities becoming involved in the war, who probably were already involved in the war, but is being discussed quite openly at this point. And it's just rising tension, but at the same time, people trying to get through day-to-day life makes it very difficult. There's a lot of concern about first responders, medical people, folks being able to get to work who need to provide first response in terms of different needs. So um, the the general idea also is that, they see this as a game between Putin and the United States. And while NATO continues to be quite clearly together in terms of their alliance, people right here are right next to this war happening. And there were huge waves already of Ukrainian refugees that came into other parts of Europe, including here into France. And there are also these reports that are just coming out day to day of people suffering inside Russia who do not support the war. So it's quite escalated in terms of people's feelings. And with the tension of not being able to get gas in their cars and facing a cold winter, trying to, people are buying candles, people are buying generators, stuff like that. So it will be a hard period. But I also think that it's not that I take it with a grain of salt. I think that people saw it coming for a while. And once the war started in Ukraine had turned into the breadbasket. It produced so much wheat for the rest of Europe that everybody knew it was coming. France actually used to be the breadbasket that produced the most wheat in Europe, and then that shifted to the Ukraine. So it's a bit tense, and while you hear people on different sides kind of citing fearful things, I think people are trying to stay, the general public is trying to stay calm and wait things out and see what happens. But they're watching everything that happens in the United States. They're watching the elections. They're watching and hoping that there will be calm heads and calm, realistic type, steady political policy that will come out of the United States. So they are watching these midterm elections quite carefully. So that's the update from what I see going on over here.
Well, thank you so very much. Up next, we've got Kevin, and then Graham, and then Mark. And I do would like, if possible, for us to revisit some of those things that you brought up, because they're all important, and they all, like I said, play a role and have an effect over here. So thanks so much, and I'm so happy to have you back in our conversations, Allie.
It's a pleasure to be back with you guys. Yeah, thanks.
All right, so Kevin, you're up next.
Hello. Okay.
How are you today?
Um, Fine. Trying to plug away with work and pop in here real quickly. Love the conversation. I appreciate Madeline's response. It was great to hear what she said there. I agree. It's hard to swallow saying the other opponent's name when you just can't stand them. With every fiber of my soul, I can't stand to say some of their names. Yeah, she raised a good point too about the voting issues with people getting to the right polls. It makes me think of Texas, where Texas decided to take away a polling place at one of the universities, which tended to be quite democratically held. So it's the normal shenanigans. We expect this, so we have to play around their rules until we can correct it with voting legislation, as long as we can get the majority. So, but anyhow, so yeah, talking about these debates. I mean, the Walker thing on Friday, absolute fiasco with him. I mean, he would do himself a great big favor if he would just shut up. That's basically what it comes down to him. But you know what?
Yeah.
Let him keep talking, because the more he talks, the deeper the hole gets. Kristen Welker's interview with him was spot on, perfect. I loved it. Just trying to hold his feet to the fire, and just watching him try to negotiate all the hoops that she put in front of him. It was fantastic. You know, the avoidance of candidates to not debate, whether it be a Democrat or a Republican. Sometimes the excuses are valid, sometimes they're not. Uh, I can understand Hobbs not wanting to debate Lake in Arizona because, as she said, it would only lead to constant interruptions, pointless distractions, and childish name calling. I can understand that. Similar circumstances in other areas of the U.S. I mean, this is what I like to call the latest version of the Clint Eastwood empty chair. Let's call it the extremist empty podium. All right. So then now we have the goofy shows. We have Tim Ryan debating J.D. Vance and his lunacy. You had Marcus Flowers and what's her name? That was another crazy poop show. Mandela and Ron Johnson. That was another weird debate with Johnson's responses. And then you have the craziness of the debates that are yet to be scheduled and have been scheduled and are canceled and then yet to be scheduled again. So you got DeSantis and Christ, it's been scheduled, it's been unscheduled, it's probably going to be scheduled again for the last week of the month. Fetterman Oz, that one's October 25th, but Oz wanted all these other debates with, his cherry picked GOP friends to be the debate moderators. And then you have Shapiro Mastriano. They were supposed to debate scheduled for October 3rd, then it was postponed. They tried to renegotiate again, but now Shapiro's basically said, "Look, I'm not going to abide by his demands." I mean, Mastriano, and his latest demand was he wanted the former director of communications for Trump, Mercedes Schlapp, to be the moderator. No, it's just ridiculous. And then Lexalt in Nevada, I mean, he basically wants the same thing. That's why Cortez Masto said no. So, she wants to debate, but Lexalt doesn't want to,
Yeah.
unless
And
it's
my
his
thing,
cherry picked buddies.
right. And a lot of times, I mean, really, this is a question for anyone, whether you're here on the stage or listening in the gallery. How much do you think debates actually move the needle?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because by now it's baked in. I mean, you have a few on the edges that are going to use these as a way to try and define their decision. But if people haven't decided by now, it's going to be one of those where they throw a coin up in the air and they select the switch when they get there. I mean, it doesn't happen. It's usually baked in by now. The cake is baked.
And what
Um,
it, may provide sometimes is some good clips for commercials and
right.
ads and that sort of thing. But as far as changing people's mind, not so much, I don't think. And especially nowadays when you have such extreme candidates running on one side versus the other, trying to pretend that politics are still normal and usual, and the moderators trying to act like the crazy is normal, and like it's just impossible. So I think that's going to have to be an individual call, campaign by campaign. I'm not questioning anyone's judgment on that. They have to decide, whether or not that's beneficial um, to them.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
just as much as we hear polls and we always hear quote unquote the undecideds. You know what? Even the undecideds have it in their mind who they're going to select. I don't think there's ever been a time in my life that I can ever say I was undecided until I got to the poll. And that's just being downright honest. I mean, you show me a
mm,
voter out there that says honestly that they can say without, blinking an eyelash that they are truly undecided. I mean, because
exactly.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
if they, I would say more than being undecided, they're probably uninformed. you know.
well, yeah, uninformed, or as we've seen over all our years of voting, I mean, everybody on both sides, we tend to have a lot of voters who are single topic voters. They always have been. Either they're about guns or about immigration or they're about abortion, whatever the topic may be. They have a single minded agenda as to why they're going to the polls. And that's sad because you should be basing your choice on a candidate on their entire resume, their entire platform, if they have a platform, you know, not just, some, well, geez, I believe this guy's going to take away my guns. You know, those topics are just, they're mute because those people will never change that mindset ever. So I'll just stick a pin in it there, D.
Hey,
Are you there,
yeah,
Dee?
can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah.
you
Okay,
now.
yeah. For some reason, I just kind of went out like everything. So thank you so much. Not sure if you want to wrap it up, if you could, because I do have a few.
No,
Yeah,
I was just saying real quickly there. I was just saying, look, so single topic voters are single topic voters. That's all they're going to choose on. They're not going to choose based on a platform. They've always been that way, and they're just, that's their mindset. And we'll leave it at that. Hopefully, people as they get older, they change that mindset. But I've yet to see it. There's few out there that we hear are switching from their diehard support of that former guy. But it's not that frequently.
right. All right. Well, thank you so much for taking a moment out of your work day to come and share with. Appreciate it so much. And
Nice.
now we have Graham, Mark, Susan, and 2K. Thank you guys for coming up. Wonderful conversation.
Hey, hello everybody. Happy Monday. Thanks, Dee and Eugene. Great space. I can talk for days, obviously, about the Ukraine stuff. There's some big issues going on over there. But something that, I sort of tried to give everybody a heads up is this, notion that they're going to ramp up the Russian propaganda, weeks before the election. And one of these things, of course, is the nuclear threat, right? And the other one is this uh, political weaponization of pedophilia and directing that against candidates. And this has been recorded, done many times in Russia. So they're copycatting the same techniques, to disrupt the vote weeks coming in, to create that fear and unease. So again, this is propaganda, and it's bad propaganda at best. The interesting thing about this anti-trans messaging by conservatives is that it's also in Canada. And one of the interesting things that I found was Scientific American created like a 5 minute, maybe 7 minute video on how junk science is being used against trans kids. And I put that up in the Jumbotron for you. So it's kind of like, a video on how they're using misinformation to make it seem like, people are doing terrible things. And they're using that, people's, maybe they don't know a lot about gender science and they're being manipulated into thinking that, protecting trans rights is somehow an abomination, which of course it isn't. Gender is very complex. We don't understand it. But what we do know is it's not as simple as male and female. We have evidence for that. So I thought I'd throw that up there, and you could share that with people that are spreading that kind of misinformation and toss that into their timeline. You never know who's going to see it. And another one, D, I know that we've talked about pollution before. And one of the things I predicted back in 2005, I always like to keep track of these things is that all of these polluters are going to be flipping the cleanup bill on the public and taxpayers. So I just listened to an NPR uh, segment. It's from NPR Environment, and what they were talking about is how coal producers have found a loophole so that they no longer have to be legally obligated to restore the land according to the original contractual framework of coal extraction. So what they had to do after, they did all their stuff was clean up the area to a certain, extent and, say, hey, look at that. It's back to nature. And of course, what they've done is left. What they did is actually, and they did it in Canada too, is the big guys sold off their assets to small private companies that were weak and didn't necessarily have so they loosened the law so this could happen. And what's going to happen is now these companies are going to go bankrupt, and then the taxpayer is going to have to pay to clean up the bill. And this is going to raise state taxes. So all of these red states that are coal crazy are going to, be paying the tax bill if they vote conservative in this midterms. And I think this kind of they're so like, oh, lower taxes. It's like, well, Trump just gave you a tax bill you won't forget, and it could like bankrupt states or I'm not sure, counties, or I don't know how American states are
Hmm.
operated, but yeah. So I wanted to throw that up there and just toss in some resources for you. But that anti-trans stuff is going to be they're going to be hitting that hard, and they are hitting it hard, especially with
Hmm.
the sports and stuff like that. So, anyways, thought I'd share that with you, and
Well, again, great information, Graham, and thank you. And I think it's interesting that you did put that junk science up about the trans kids because I put one up there from one of my favorite senators, Sheldon Whitehouse. And this is a Vice article on the fake science that was funded and fueled by the Coke industry early on in the 90s with the climate denial. And so they've been doing this for a very long time. So you guys check that out. There's money and things behind it, and the Cokes, the Mercers, and those kind of people are usually the ones profiting off of our back, and they don't want regulation because they don't want to be responsible. They just want to, do what they want with our resources and our land. And that's when, if something goes wrong, that's when they want to call on the government. So thanks, Graham. I appreciate it. Up next, we've got Mark, then Susan, and 2K, and Kevin again.
Good afternoon, Dee and Eugene and everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Hey.
Um, oh my gosh, you guys are like saying so much and my mind's going crazy. um, so I'll try to sort out my thoughts here. First, with the debate last night, that was one of the most vile, disgusting things I've ever had to witness in my life. It was all I could do to just listen to what was being said. Talk about spewing out disinformation and propaganda. That's all she did the whole time, and the moderators just kind of one time one moderator did say well, let's bring things back to reality, and but that was about the only kind of pushback that there was. It gets overwhelming at times to have to listen to these people spew all of these things and not have any way to hold their feet to the fire on it. It gets, like I said, it overwhelms me. Kind of the same with Stacey Abrams. What we're seeing is this concerted effort. I think it's a revenge effort because of her the power that she had in the
Like the voter registration work.
yeah, through voter registration back in 2020. This is there. So now they're coming at her from all sides, and it's just again, it's disgusting. It's misogynistic. It's racist. It's homophobic. There's so many things that we can say, and the only thing I can say is I voted for Stacey Abrams today, and I'm very proud of
Woo!
that fact. I know. So, but I wish we
Thank you,
could figure out.
Mark.
wish we could figure out a way to combat all of this misinformation. Stacy has been a powerhouse not only for the state of Georgia but for our nation. You know, we owe her a debt of gratitude, and so they better not mess with her much more because I'm just about had it with the whole thing. So on a good note, while voting today, I did find out that they did have, when they first opened at 9 o'clock this morning, they had a 45-minute line, and they went there about noon, and they had a steady stream ever since. So they were quite surprised at the number of people who are already voting. And I live kind of in a unique situation because the city I actually live in is a blue city, and it's very comfortable here. And they were saying that, not without saying anything, but that there were a lot of like-minded people that voted today. So that was good news for me. And I kind of prompted that from somebody that was walking through. So that made me feel really good especially about getting out and voting early and seeing so many turning out to vote so quickly. And I hope that continues. So the other thing is, Graham, talking about the coal mines. What people have to remember is that coal mines are no longer mines, but what they actually do is they blow off the top of mountains now. And so the number of people that they actually employ to work is no longer hundreds of people to go into the mines, but it's a handful or two of people who actually run heavy equipment to strip away the debris and rubble. And what that does is that then causes a number of pollutants to run into the streams and waters of local residents, and it's really dangerous. And then what they have started doing is they've shifted all of their assets from being a large corporation into these small corporations once they're done stripping the top of a mountain off, rather than doing the rebuilding of that mountain and its landscape and replanting it with trees. They file bankruptcy and they just walk away from it. And it's been kind of common practice now for several years. And so, it's a Republican thing. Also, another reason why Joe Manchin is the person that he is. I almost said something else, but anyway.
Yes, that's exactly when you were saying that. That's exactly what I was thinking about and who I was thinking about, when you
Mhm.
started talking about that. And,
Yep,
Eugene has, I'm sure, some thoughts on that and him too. We've talked about it before.
yep. So anyway, that's my day for Monday. The other thing is, like with these candidates, you know, it may seem like an impossible task, but nothing is impossible if we all get out and support them and vote and keep pushing for them and keep donating and retweeting. I'm one of those people. I've overcome so much crap in my life, and I didn't do it by just going, oh, well, it's not possible. It's like, I had no choice. I had to do it. And so that's what we have. We're at a place where we have no choice. We just have to save our democracy. So anyway,
Right.
thank you, everybody. Happy Monday.
Well, happy Monday to you too, Mark. And thank you. Thank you for doing your civic duty, casting your vote early, getting out there, giving us a report of what it looked like at the polls today. I appreciate that. And I know that just because you've cast your vote, you're not going to stop working to help make sure that others vote and that the message and the urgency of the work at hand continues to get spread. So thank you so much. So glad that you came
I
up and
really
shared with
liked
us.
seeing these tweets this morning uh, well, for me it was morning, but of several that in Georgia that said I went and voted. You lead by example, right? I like seeing that. It really means a lot.
Absolutely. So up next, we've got Susan. So glad to have you in our conversation today. I know you visit, but you don't always come up and speak, but always enjoy hearing from you. So it's Susan, then 2K, and Kevin.
Hi, Dee. Nice to see you all or hear from you today. There have been some really excellent spaces recently, and I just learned so much just listening in. And one thing I love is that Spaces brings us all together from all different parts of the country. And so we get to hear from people who we don't easily get to hear from in our own communities and neighborhoods so much. So um, Dee knows this. This will be repeat for her. I'd like to jump in. My main focus is I take aim at corporate news desks and political journalism in particular to call them out when they are fueling distortions or fueling false equivalency and both sidesism and that sort of thing. Because until we can get political journalism sector, the business side of it, on the side of being pro-democratic and pro-accuracy more than pro-profit, we are still in great danger, because the intersection of political influence and who owns influence through media, it's such a tangled, toxic mess at the moment. And so that's my main target. And so if you guys see my account and my profile, I don't put any hashtags or anything that really identifies me as being for one particular political party or one candidate, because I know that when I'm calling out news desks for their practices or some bad reporting, they will immediately dismiss me and not listen to me at all if they think that I'm working on behalf of one party or one candidate. So I present my profile as pro-accuracy. So that's just a little bit of background on me. I encourage everybody, I just want to give some tips if anybody wants to kind of work in that area of what I actually see some of these efforts growing and maybe working a little bit. Not nearly enough, but what's important to understand is that just like other industries, it's almost like the carpet industry. If you really know about carpet manufacturing, there's probably 2 or 3 massive manufacturers in the world, and they produce all of the carpet, but then there's all these different brands. Media ownership is really some really huge groups of ownership, like Time Warner, etc., and all these different outlets, and Gannett, many different outlets are under these huge umbrellas. And so it's very much of a corporate industry. And corporations are primarily interested in keeping government out of their business and avoiding paying taxes. So in terms of running a business, it is a corporate's interest to support the political party they think is going to increase their profit margins. And so that's one inherent benefit that the Republican Party has as a brand, as being known for keeping government regulations out of business and helping big corporations avoid paying taxes. That's a huge battle in terms of trying to get fair political reporting done on candidates and parties. The other thing is that political journalism is fueled by profits are determined by engagement metrics. And engagement metrics simply try to document and track and analyze what reporting gets eyeballs. And I know that you guys are all really smart and you understand this, but even I, having worked in mass communications my entire career, sometimes forget that, and I help fuel engagement metrics for things that I actually don't want to be giving statistics to, because they will put out more content of whatever juices engagement metrics. And so that I want to bring this back to some local things that have been, or recent things that have been happening on the national political stage. And the race between Herschel Walker And Reverend Warnock is a great example for this. Herschel Walker is obviously a really poor candidate to be a senator, but he juices engagement metrics. And so how this is hurting Reverend Warnock is that even if Herschel Walker is getting tons and tons and tons of attention for how bad he is, it hurts Warnock's campaign because there's no reporting, there's no space and time and audience attention left for Warnock to get messaging out for any reporting on his achievements or even just comparing him as a candidate let's compare records of achievement to record of achievement. So, Herschel Walker is getting a lot of bad press, and that the sheer volume of that bad press and the tabloid nature of it. So right now, our political media economy, our attention economy, is built, the infrastructure, because it's based on engagement metrics, is built to actually reward and serve bad faith actors more. It rewards the candidate who's more outrageous, who's more sensational, who's more terrible. And that in turn hurts our whole democratic environment because it makes it really hard for good faith actors to get attention. So we've got economic forces of corporate media working against having positive, let's say more boring, more effective policymakers, lawmakers, and people in roles of executive governance like mayors, governors, and presidents. Same thing is happening with Kari Lake. She's running for governor in Arizona, and she's a terrible, terrible, terrible candidate. She's based her whole campaign on election denialism. She's getting tons of press attention, and she's a double whammy because her media skills coming out of being a local TV anchor, her camera skills, her media skills are really polished, and she's really, really good at it. So beyond her being sensational and very good at attention gaming and getting attention, now she's got a candidate who doesn't have those same media savvy skills. And so our whole press sector is not very adept at helping the public and the voters focus on records of achievement, relevant skills for the job, that sort of thing. So given to what we can do, this is just a reminder that we have to go seek out, not wait for it to come up natively in our social feeds, but we have to, as a practice, go out to all the news outlets in your community or cover your voting district, both national and local, and amplify the heck out of positive reporting and say, and write a reply and a comment as well as saying, thank you for reporting on this such and such by candidate such and such. Reporters, publishers, they all are tracking the engagement metrics. There's lots of huge egos involved in people who go into work in media. And so they are very thin-skinned. They don't take to criticism well, but they absolutely notice whenever they're given a thank you or a recognition and a credit. And I will tell you too that when you work in media, especially public-facing media, you get a lot of hate. And so they develop a thick skin towards people throwing criticism at them if it's done in an insulting way or a mean way. So when I give criticism, I always try to I don't use insults, I don't use sarcasm. I calmly try to explain why something was inaccurate or why didn't you cover this part or why are you missing that part? And they're more likely to pay attention to your comments. Let's see, what do I want to say last here? There's one positive thing that happened. Another big thing that happened in news and media is when Dasha Burns interviewed Fetterman. And she did the grand journalism mistake of kind of centering herself. She made this comment setting up her story saying, it didn't seem like Betterman was understanding our small talk before the interview started, or something to that effect. And that, in traditional journalism standards, that would be a huge no-no, because she was giving a subjective opinion about something that couldn't be verified or that sort of thing. And she affected the whole entire story. And then she got huge wave of blowback and criticism, and people explaining that language encoding and decoding has nothing to do with somebody's capacity to understand a concept or cognitive thinking and that sort of thing. So in the end, that ended up probably maybe serving to help inform people better about those kind of things and recovering from a stroke, and maybe even some sympathy, because a lot of people in their lives face these kind of things like John Fetterman is facing. But that only worked in the end to a positive, I would think, because there was such a huge, massive outcry from the public criticizing her, and but that we don't always get that massive outcry to egregious things done by journalists. So I think that's just what I want to point out to now, is just remind all of us to don't be afraid to go and make comments on reporters and that sort of thing, to say what you don't like or think they could have done better about their reporting. But how you deliver it is going to make a huge, much more a greater chance of whether they accept or even read your comment or not. And then finally is just really try hard to go find good reporting and give some engagement metrics to more the stuff we want to see more of, I guess is what I want to say. So that's all I want to say today. And I love these Twitter spaces. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And again, like I said, I love that I do see you in them a lot, listening, learning like many of us, but at, certain times coming up and sharing with us from your journalism background how to better engage for the outcomes that we want. So I thank you for continuing to remind us of that. And today was no exception. So thank you for coming up. And I wasn't aware of the particular details of the Dana Bash interview. I had heard some about it. So thank you for, like expounding on that. I think that's great. So again, I thank you guys for being here. We've got 2K who has come up. She's up next. And Tiff, and she's back. So glad to have you. So we're going to go to 2K, then Tiff, and then I'll pick back up with Kevin and Mark. Thank you guys again for being here. You know the rules. Don't be shy. Come on up. Hey, 2K, how are you today?
Hi, I'm okay. Grateful to be here with you all because I need uplift and support. And first, I want to shout out the wonderful educational opportunities, like hardcore, actual, tangible educational opportunity that exists here, and information that I just learned.
Hey, 2K, check your mic. Or did you get a
I got a
call?
call. Can you hear me? Am I
Okay.
okay? Um,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Make an observation and throw out some things for questions for the room, because I love the dialogue. And first, let me say, in terms of uplift, I happened to have a conversation. This was a Zoom meeting or something this weekend, and a woman was in there, Black like me, talking about how she, quote, resented Joe Biden because I do not understand how the for loan forgiveness works on the various levels and what have you. And it sounds like he and his administration have allotted quite a bit. But her resentment was based on only having had $20,000 forgiven. And all I could think, you know what? Hey, where are we? Someone earlier, I apologize, I don't remember who, mentioned single issue voting. And with that, how I'm I was depressed, frankly, how we've devolved into it's about me, 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 only me, and even just a little piece of me, not the entirety of me, so that I can see, foresee, and fully see the potential of harm reduction. And I have paid off student loans. I'm not out there railing against, oh my goodness, I didn't get mine paid off. I don't give a damn about that. What I care about is that people can have enough wherewithal to fully participate in life and this democracy. That's what I care about. In any event, it was not a space where, first of all, I learned a long time ago, don't argue with a brick wall. It was that kind of situation. So I didn't give any voice to that. But I was distressed because I saw right there up close and personal someone who looks like me, who is not full throated, fully supporting, um, frankly, the democratic process. So I'm here having my spirits uplifted with all of you. And there was a lot that I wanted to say, but to Dee, to your point about wondering about the effects of polls and ignorance and what have you, I think we probably discussed this in the space. I'm in and out, so if I'm talking about old information, please forgive me. I was heartened one day last week. Howard Dean and someone else, they were on a panel, some MSNBC thing, and they really broke it down. I mean, they got beyond the polls and used some common sense to give a vision of what um, looked like a positive outcome for us. And so I'm holding on to that because I think somewhere, Susan was mentioning metrics and engagement, or have you. There's some stuff that happens that polls and metrics, etc., um, don't reveal. So I'm counting on that. But I will just cut to the chase. And back to Susan's point, I am so encouraged by the advice about how to do things in a positive way. And I remember what Graham said about Susan encouraging us give. To give thanks or to point out what's correct, and that's a time-honored behavioral modification, if you will, technique. And so that's really cool. And earlier Graham said another way to engage with some of this stuff is to not to combat but to ask questions. So I want to add that into this mix of, and now I'm going to bring in Danny, this mix of how can we get the media to, I can't think of any other way to put it, but do right by democracy, because I have said it before, I will continue to say it. They will suffer if we go into an authoritarian, autocratic, fascist, whatever you call it, regime.
They'll be the
Oh,
first.
honey. Oh, they will be the first. Their wings will be clipped. And even those of them who will be able to make money will not be able to make money as much or in the same way. Why? But that's not, all I can say is this, and I'm putting this out here, and I will send messages to Susan, to Graham, to Danny, to anyone else. If there's a way to, I know we have work to do within the next precious few days, literally. But beyond that, especially given a positive outcome, I would like to work with anyone so we can forge messages, platforms, connections, etc. So we can have ready-mades to be able to get into media to show them that this engagement metric that we are also watching, those of us who are interested in the democratic process and uh, progress and success, we are also watching. Our engagement matters, and we are going to engage with you in a way to keep you. I loved what Susan said. How did she put it? She's focused on facts. I looked at your profile, and I love that because if you're pro fact, you're pro democracy, at least as far as I'm concerned. In any event, want to follow up with some people to get some things going in a solid, tangible way to enable us to really reinforce the kind of messaging we need to keep our eyes on the prize. And with that, I will land my plane, as people like to say in this room. And thank you so much for the opportunity, Dee.
Well, thank you. And as always, thank all of you for coming in and sharing with us. We do
Wow, that
have
was powerful.
I know. I love it when TK comes up. Um, we do have a few
Just
people
saying.
who have come in, who I know are coming in from their workplaces. So Greg has come in. He has his hand up, and
Real,
Tip
real
and
quick,
Renee.
real
Hmm.
quick, D. I want to say something that I was commenting on this morning. I've been looking at the questions these polls are asking. Like they're asking like these inflation questions, right? They're not asking core like what gets you to the polls when you've never got there before. Issues like my body is really important to me, kind of things in these polls. I just like I've been watching like all these polls. They're asking these light questions, right? Like, and I commented this morning. This is a form of voter suppression, right? They get you thinking, well, everybody's, worried about the inflation. They're going to vote this way. That's what everybody thinks. And that is not the case. I think that any poll that you're looking at right now has no idea of the way that this thing's going to come out, whether it's for us or against us, right? I just think that like there is a wild card in this that we've not seen before. Remember, we're just coming off of 1-6, and then on top of this constant barrage of these hearings that have happened. I mean, I think that there's a lot of scrambling going on that Republican side, and they may be successful in some cases, but I think they're in far more trouble than they let on publicly, because you can kind of see from underneath bubbling up to the top, the
Hmm.
infighting that has begun happening with them. Anyways,
Yeah.
that's
All
my
right.
2 cents.
Well, we thank you. I appreciate that, and I know we have someone who can expound on that. Greg has rolled in here. I love it. Has his hand up, and he's ready to go. Good afternoon. How are you? And then I'm going to
Oh,
pick
did I
back up
cut
with
Greg
Tip.
off?
I was trying to tell you, you were all into,
Oh.
your thoughts, so that's
Well,
okay.
I'm all here
Tip
to
and
share.
Renee.
I'm here to share, but I'm gonna really talk about pushing back on the narrative. So when you dealing with the media, and the media does put out their narratives, and you have the major players who are pretty much more of Bernie Bros. And the thing is, you have to push back with the facts. You need to throw it in their face and shorten the message and say, it's just you. The attacks aren't effective. You need to. We already provided a playbook for over the 2 years. Keep being, keep using that playbook, because that playbook is consistent and precise, and that's how you push back the narrative. The reason why it's effective, because turnaround, they will go to extreme lengths to shut you up. That's where they're gonna turn around and say you call you deranged. Be prepared to be handling. They're gonna call you out your name and call you out your character. Each one of us have the ability to use your platform as your voice. It doesn't matter if you have 20,000 followers to 100. If all, as long as you do your due diligence to push back and use your voice, you can get shit done. Because the thing is, they on the ropes. This is how you're gonna have to fight back with democracy. And you know what? You're gonna start seeing, I notice a little bit of a following of the media will follow you back. They understand, and they want to try to get and glamorize the story. And that's how you push back on the narrative. Just an example, the negative stories of how Kamala Harris, well, the negative stories about Kamala Harris and how she was onslaughted how about her speech and everything like that. Take the prime example. You take the fight to the person who was trolling her. And when you take the fight to them, expect that they will throw everything at you, as I experienced. But you know what? The truth prevails, and you have to stand in truth, and you have to stand for something, or you fall for anything. So that's what I have to say to everyone today. It's you. It's your voice, and make it matters.
Thank you so very much, and I appreciate that. And like I said, there are many ways to fight back against these narratives, but it is important for us
Well, you
to
know what? I
fight
just want
back
to say
against
one
them.
thing also. Fight, and sometimes you can't change a narrative on a space, but that's all I got to say. But anyway, because
Yes, and I like that we have talked about that because, like, you can get into spaces, and some people still don't even know what spaces is, or will never come into them. And it's
E-
conversations, and they have their place, but it's important to have those words, that truthful narrative in words on the timeline too. And I
exactly,
like seeing that.
because spaces could get deleted, and sometimes it could get deleted, and sometimes you cannot change a certain person's mind on a space, because to me it's not built like that, because Twitter
Yeah,
doesn't
they're
work
kind
like
of,
that.
it's like a lot of times, especially in these spaces where people have extreme opposing views from yours, they're already dug in. You don't have enough time often to really change their minds because they're not trying to generate that kind of conversation in that space. Those
And,
spaces are very much created for what they do, the chaos of it all,
oh,
you know?
but of course, because sometimes it always deals with people who like to hear themselves speak, and you have people who doesn't have the wherewithal or the mindset to handle the complicated issues that bring forth of dealing with a chaos agent, because they let it spiral out of control. So
And also
that's
the
why.
fact that you're arguing with someone who really is disingenuous, like,
Exactly,
you know.
exactly, and that's why. Exactly, it's like you are and you race in space, and you win. It's like the thing is what the thing is about being accountable. It's being integrity and being accountable to yourself and to your audience. And if you're not telling the truth and you're not fully versed in the subject, sometimes you just need to be quiet. And that's what I always have to say. And I'm so lucky to be with people who I'm surrounded with a great community right now, and a great circle of friends who knows their shit and who could turn around and say, Greg know this, Tiff know that, Eugene know that. It's a collective. And sometimes you have to you have to tell, if people can't get along, you have to say, you know what, thank you, but goodbye. So that's what I'm trying to say is we cannot be wasting our time on people who's going to put you drag you down. But on that note, I pass the mics to you, my beautiful D.
Thank you,
Real,
sweetheart.
real quick, D. I want to say, on this influencer thing, media does pay attention to accounts that tend to roll a lot of views on it,
Well,
and
that's me.
yeah, one of the things for me, like, I didn't understand, like, the reach I was having, right? Like, I just, I did none of every account I built so far, none of them have been below 25,000. I think that, like, there needs to be, like, one of the great things for me about these spaces and all of you is I have learned, like, some responsible things that I didn't quite understand, like I was having effects that I didn't understand, right? Like and how to speak to some of these folks that were following me out of the media, instead of
Well, and let me just speak to that real quick. I'm just going to follow up with that. So basically, I have a relationship with a couple, a lot of media blue checks that follow me, and I do know I have a diverse audience. As if you know who your audience is, and you know who is your audience, it's not only black. It's I have a diverse audience, and also it's also that it's I don't like to brag on who's following me or not, because it's kind of tacky to me, because I don't really like to brag. But the thing is, I have great relationship with some journalists, and I don't have great relationship with some journalists from Politico or my nemesis, the New York Times, Maggie Haberman. And they come through in the DMs and give me some really good tips. And the thing is, it's a vice versa relationship. And it's you scratch by, and they do get the sense of the lay of the land of writing the story, writing stories, and they will come in and ask you, may I have a comment on a story? I was like, I'm sorry, but no, I decline, because to me, I'm not putting my name out. That
absolutely.
because
You ain't putting me on Front Street.
because
That's
certain
all.
people
It's
went out.
all that's
I'm
ever
not.
gonna
I'm
happen.
not.
I'm
I'm not
telling you.
ruffling feathers, but Some people learned the hard way. But either way, you have the responsibility. You're not. It's like this. If you do accept it, like having a conversation with a journalist, you, I would really think not, because you know what, it's going to be problematic anyway it goes. And
Well, you need to
well, there
understand it.
you go. But I'm going to just flip the mic to my
All
girls.
right. Okay. So I've got Mark who has come up, and Tip. Mark, do you have a moment? Because I want to hear from Tip and Renee. Um, okay, good. So Tip, Renee, and Mark. I love it. And then Graham and Kevin. I haven't forgot about you, but I want to give these new voices who are know often are popping in during the workday. I know you are too, Kevin. I appreciate that. So Tip, how are you today?
Hey Dee, hey Eugene.
Hey.
How are you guys?
Good,
Missed
We're
all
good.
the fun
good.
last week.
How
Missed
are
all the
you? I
fun.
hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm finally back to feeling normal again because I was so tired from traveling last week and everything that was going on. So I'm finally almost back to myself. So thank you to everyone who checked on me and was making sure I was good. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Where should I begin? All right. Well, Mark wanted me to talk about what I felt about the debate on Friday with Warnock. So I thought the debate was a hot mess. It was ridiculous. I was like, I was asleep, and then I woke up and I saw Asia post a picture of her food, and I was like, oh snap! I was supposed to be watching this debate. It was a long day, so I woke up about 7:15. I missed the first 15 minutes of it, but I imagine this: you wake up, you go on, and then you see someone flash their fake badge. Like that was basically how my day went. So I was cracking up. Like I'm like, oh my god, this man is insane. But we already know that. So I mean, I honestly I didn't go into it expecting Senator Warnock to basically kind of be able to counteract all of the foolishness that he was going to do. I kind of figured he was going to kind of, be calm and cool and collective like he usually is, right? So I didn't expect much from him. I mean, I thought that he rebutted some of the things that he was saying pretty well. I mean, he basically goaded him into showing the badge, right? Because that wasn't a question. If you watch the debate, there wasn't really a lot of questions that were framed to either candidate that was really thought provoking or kind of needed to have like a lot of explanation, and they only gave them 1 minute to explain anything. What I
That's what
did
I thought was brilliant too, was like he
Yeah, it
got
was like
him to do that.
he basically the I don't even know what the question was, but he kind of got him to respond to him. It was probably one of the only times that he really got him off balance, and then he flashes the badge and I'm like, oh my god, this guy is insane. So I thought that was pretty funny. The rest of the debate I thought was boring. I'll be honest, I thought it was boring as hell. Herschel was just saying whatever he wanted to say. The host just totally lost control of the whole debate. In my opinion, it was a waste of time. I actually think Warnock probably did better yesterday with him not even being there because was able to answer questions. I mean, the guy is like, he just talks over. He doesn't understand or respect rules. So he was just kind of just
None of them
talking, and
do.
he kept repeating the same thing over and over again, right? He kept repeating, you're Biden, you voted with Biden 96% of the time. I mean, how do you respond to that? I don't really know.
Yeah,
What do you
they just
what do you say
following the
back? Like,
script.
yeah, like what
Following
do
the
you say
script.
back to him? Like, no, I haven't. Like, I mean, he has. He has voted 96% of the time, and he's just repeating the same thing over and over again. He's not providing any substance. What pissed me off is that um they were asking Warnock about his personal life, but yet didn't do the same thing for Herschel Walker. Like that kind of annoyed me. Like, why are you bringing up his child support? And I thought his answer was really good. Like, this is like, that was my wife, and we got a divorce, and we're trying to, there is custody battles. There's shit that happens in real life. Regardless if he is a reverend, there's still real life things that happen to people. So I thought he answered the question pretty well. I think the only thing that I probably would recommend that he would have done better at was, there was a couple of questions towards the end where I thought he could have answered more strongly. I'm trying to think of the one that there was one that I was like, come on, you need to go a little bit harder than that. But I can't remember exactly what it was. But I thought overall it was what I expected. A buffoon and a reverend, right? The clown is gonna act like a clown, and the reverend is gonna act revered and calm and collective and kind of, talk about his record. He has helped to pass. He did talk about his bipartisanship and the things that he's done, in the Senate. But I honestly think people watch debates to get there's like an entertainment factor, and I put this in a post, like there's an
Right. I
entertainment
asked
factor
earlier,
to
I'm
it.
like, do they actually change things? I don't think so. So I think what you just
Yeah, I
said
mean,
is
I don't
part
know. I don't know if it changes anything, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it could. I mean, I thought Mandela Barnes in his debates, I thought he did really well. But I think every debate is different, and you have to kind of know who your opponent is, right? So if Reverend Warnock cannot act the way that Tim Ryan act, right? Tim Ryan is a white man going against another white man, and he couldn't just he Reverend Warnock can't go out there and just act a fool and, like, tell him off and all this other stuff. Like, there is he has to maintain a set of decorum that Tim Ryan doesn't have to. Mandela Barnes was going against, he had a different host, a different audience. And in the second debate that was last week, I watched a little bit of it, but I couldn't really get into it because I was traveling. He had some good, lines, and at the end, when stupid Ron Johnson was given an opportunity to say something nice about him, he goes and attacks him. So that's what you have to be kind of careful to when you're debating someone like a Herschel Walker, because you could say one thing and the media is so pressed about this that they could take that and take it into a whole nother level of where it needs to be. Now you're the angry black man. Now they have all these different narratives that they said. So I get people wanted, him to do a little bit more, or felt like he probably should have been a bit more assertive. I think that's where people kind of felt like he should have been a little bit more assertive in answering his questions. I think the question that I'm now remembering that he could have been a little bit stronger on was the question about the Supreme Court. I felt like he kind of flaked on that a little bit. And then the other question was about Biden 2024.
Biden.
I
Yes,
actually, I actually liked his answer, like the beginning of it, where he was like, "Well, 2024 is a long ways away. I'm not even really thinking about that." But I think he should have probably just answered the question and just been like, "Look,
right.
it's a long ways away, but you know what? If he wants to run, then I will back him 100%." I think that's the way he should have answered that question, rather than kind of like bullshitting the question,
Right.
because
Running
then
away as if it like Biden
exactly.
is no Trump. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And those two questions gave Herschel Walker a way to kind of, just answer the question directly, in saying, when she asked him, like, are you okay? Do you want Trump to run? And he was like, I don't really know if this helped him, but he was like, Trump, he's my friend. He said it 3 times. I don't really know if that really helps him with independence, because guess what? Nobody likes Trump. So it will help him with Republicans who are MAGA Republicans, right? But will it really help? Will that relationship that he has with Trump really help him with independence? So I thought that was kind of weird. And then, it kind of gave Herschel an opening on the Supreme Court one, to just say, well, you didn't answer the question directly. So had he answered the question directly, even if he kind of like bullshitted all the way to the end, that would have helped him. So there was just like a couple little things there. I don't think it's gonna make or break him. I think he's gonna be fine either way. The fact that Herschel Walker didn't show up to the debate yesterday was kind of telling. He doesn't want to debate again. He doesn't want to be questioned. And I think he got softball questions in that debate, to be
And he
honest.
probably had the questions beforehand, and he,
Yeah, he
so
was
as
like,
someone
I'm
said,
not
not
showing
enough
up.
practice time in between
Yes,
those
he's definitely
debates.
not showing up. So yeah, that was my debate, kind of analysis. At the end of the day, I don't really think it's going to make a difference. I think, it's just kind of, most people already have their mind made up on who they're going to vote for, one way or the other. With 3 weeks to go, early voting started today in Georgia. So I really honestly don't think that people are going to be swayed either way by that. No one's going to be like, my parents watched it too. They were on the plane and they watched it. And my mom, she was like, I don't really, she was like, so her analysis was, and this somebody who is not really, she's into politics, but not like that. She was like, Herschel Walker's crazy and Warnock could have been a little bit more assertive. That was her response. And that's exactly the way I felt about it.
I agree.
And as far as like polling and stuff, my best advice to everyone is to kind of pay no mind. Even though I pay attention to it, I say, if it's stressing you out or it's, kind of overwhelming, just ignore it, because this is a turnout election. This is not about, all of this other black people not voting. And I thought the article I posted this morning was really good. At the end of the day, this comes down to white voters, whether you're in Pennsylvania or Georgia, or, other than maybe my state, which is like, I don't know, 30-40% black, then you basically, we will vote. But even so, we still need white voters to do their job and show up and vote for Democrats. Do we trust them to do their job? Probably not. I think 90% of the people in this room probably do not trust that white voters will do the right thing. But we have no choice, right? So what do we do? We have to hope and pray that they do the right thing and show up. Georgia is 70% white, right? And people will show up as they please and vote for whomever they want. So if Brian Kemp gets, I don't know, the most of the votes, guess what? Stacey needs like 30% of white voters to show up for her. She needs, 80% of black voters. She needs a good portion of the small amount of Latinos, small amount of Asians that are there to show up for her. It's going to take a collective for her to win. She knows that. She's doing the work. Will they show up and will they vote her in? I don't know. We may even just get to a runoff. I have no idea what's going to happen. But people speculating, making this about black voters and the black men and all this other stuff, I find that shit now at this point disrespectful, because no one is asking about the same thing for white candidates. No one's saying, well, Fetterman needs to get, a 70% of the white, which is never going to happen. He needs to probably get about 40 something percent of the white voters in Pennsylvania. He also needs to get about 80 to 90% of the black voters. But no one's asking, will Fetterman get 90% of the black vote? No, he's barely even wants to talk to them. So I just feel like there's bias in how the media wants to frame the situation in Georgia because Stacey is a black woman. If she wasn't a black woman, they wouldn't be talking about any of that stuff. And it's frustrating to watch. No one is saying the same thing about Mandela Barnes or Sherry Beasley or even Val Demings. They're not questioning it. So why are y'all questioning Stacey Abrams? I know why they're doing it, but at the end of the day, it is very frustrating to listen to and kind of hear the narrative that is being set, and as Greg said, set by the media. Because as you guys have known, I already had analyzed this, and it's not black men. They're lying. They're lying about it. Now, do we have a black men problem with some of the rhetoric that they're spewing on this damn app? Absolutely. But that has nothing to do with people on the ground in Georgia. And I'm kind of sick and tired of the whole narrative. And I'm glad that Perry Bacon wrote that article this morning and said what he said, because this is not about black voters. And Geechee has explained this and will probably explain it again. It is about turnout. You want to get a specific amount of turnout from the black community. You want to get a specific amount of turn. All those percentages doesn't mean shit, because in a poll of 717 people, if there's 30% of black people polled and only 80%, if it was 80 to 90%, guess what the difference is? Like 25 people. Like this is ridiculous at this point that we're going down to this level of deciding that Stacey's going to lose because of black voters on a poll that only is a percentage of the vote. Not like,
Over some reparations, which is not
oh
even
my
an
god,
issue.
even worse. Like, and you know what, me and Gitchi had a conversation about this morning about her responding on the reparations issue. I know Shauna, she had some concerns about it yesterday. We had conversation about it. Listen, at the end of the day, these people are not going to stop harassing her. So she basically said, she made a calculated decision. She said, you know what, I'm just going to respond to you dummies, and I'm just going to tell you what my position is. I support reparations, and you can stop asking me to put this in writing, because apparently saying it wasn't good enough. So now she put it in writing, and every time that they say something stupid, it is right there. They can go to her page and they will see it, because what are they complaining about? You know what they're complaining about? If you really listen to them, they're saying, well, she has a black man agenda, but none of her plans say anything about reparations. They're mad because it doesn't say reparations in any of her plans. I mean, this is how nonsensical and how ridiculous we have gotten in this election, that these
And
idiots can't just accept that the woman said out of her own mouth that she supports reparations. And she told them, you cannot
yeah,
have reparations unless we have the votes, and they still don't get it. So like I said,
right.
it's a targeted attack. We have to accept it for what it is. They're never going to listen.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it is really an op, an op to disenfranchise people. Even though they use reparations and black men, it is not about either one of those things. And like you said, she could engrave it on her forehead and they would still say, well, that comma changes things, so it's really not about that at all. Thank you
See,
so
I
much,
think
Tiff.
I think that although I don't think any of us are actually counting on it, I think that we're going to see a surprise of white women showing up at the polls to vote over this abortion issue. I live in rural America, and it's a big conversation with them. Like they're pissed.
Well,
They're
it's
the
definitely
they,
one that is really hits a very, very large demographic of our nation, and it crosses everything. And that is in part why they're bringing it back as well too, is because they know that that issue resonates with even some of their own voters. So that's why they're pushing the non-issues like reparations and
yep,
trying to push crime waves
inflation.
and make crime this issue that it isn't. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It's just not, their crime narrative is the same as the border and immigration narrative. Really, it's inflated, and the timing is to stoke fears, that they have already been playing on. So thanks, Tiff. Did you have anything else you want to add? I'm going to go to Renee and then Mark and Greg. Do you have a moment to stick around?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go to Renee, Mark, and give it to Kevin, Graham, and Greg. Hey, Renee, are you there? She may be busy at this moment. She may be tied up. So,
No, sorry, I'm here. Hey,
okay. How are
hey,
you? I
I'm good.
understand. Thank you so much for coming up. How are things
No,
going today?
things are good. I came up here for a couple of reasons. The first was to yell at Marcos for coming in my mentions, asking me why I wasn't in this room. So I'm glad he's moved up to speaker. So if he wants to defend himself, he can. But I came in here specifically just to yell at him and to let him know that I have work that I do sometime. No, I
Renee,
I
why are
appreciate.
you like that? Why you choose
Him and
violence
Bobby,
all the
him,
time?
him
No,
and
listen,
Bobby
no.
love
I
messing
kind of
with you.
I poke at Marcos and Bobby. But I appreciate you looking for me because that means that you care. So I appreciate that. Real talk, and that's what we should do. If we see somebody go MIA for a little bit, though I was not MIA, but if we see that, we should go and look for our homies and make sure, check in on people and make sure that they're good. But I just wanted to say actually a thank you to him for caring enough that I wasn't in the space, like real talk. But I'm doing a little bit of work and I'm trying to volunteer, trying to make these calls and stuff during the day and fit those things in whenever I can. And I'll encourage you guys whenever you are upset on this timeline and you see, because the, Twitter is going to be insane for the next 3 weeks. Like you guys just every day, just expect to wake up and be offended. like within seconds. So just expect that.
You're
It's
gonna have
gonna
to
be
pace yourself.
yeah, it's gonna be crazy. So just know that that's what it is. This is home stretch. So when you get upset at something, commit to doing a text banking. Just one, maybe one a week. Maybe just for the next 3 weeks, maybe just do three total if you can for a few hours. You don't have to talk to anybody. There are postcards that are still being sent, though. If you want to do postcards or letters, you have to get them now because they need to be sent in time. But texting, you don't have to talk to anybody. You just type and move on with your business, and you'll reach a lot of people. So, commit to that. Tiff has a great thread on how you can get involved in House and Senate races. Tiff, I don't know if you have that
I
pinned to your
posted it in
timeline.
the
Great.
Jumbotron actually
Awesome.
today. I try to keep
Cool.
it rotated up there so that,
Right. And
people
I
are
I
aware.
actually retweet it every couple of days on my account because I just want people to be reminded because it lays everything out. And there are a lot of races that you can, I mean, there are races all over that you can get involved in and just help out a little bit. Lauren Bobart is in a little bit of trouble. I actually tweeted her because she was in a statistical tie. She's been a statistical tie with a guy who is running against her for several weeks now. And I tweeted about that several weeks ago. And people are kind of tracking that story now. You can reach out to, I think the guy's name is Adam. You can reach out to his campaign and,
I'm tracking it. I'm tracking it for Colorado. This is Allie. I got some stuff
awesome.
up
What's
here
his
for you.
full name, Allie?
Adam Frisch.
Adam
And I've
Frisch.
got he's neck and neck this whole week. He's been neck and neck in the polls, and she's losing ground.
Yeah.
Although nothing is decided, but it's significant.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw to folks as soon as I tweeted that. This is a couple of weeks ago. People like, how do I get involved? And I sent them the link. That's one that, I mean, she's somebody that infuriates everybody, right, on a daily basis. And imagine if we were able to get her out of the house. Like, yeah, we still need our seats, and that helps a little bit, but it also is removing somebody that has been frankly threatening. Okay, she has been threatening people, and her presence is threatening. And did she just kill her? We just found out she killed her neighbor's dog. I mean, this her and MTG gotta go. I don't think we're gonna be able to get rid of Marjorie Taylor Greene, but if we can get rid of Lauren Boebert, that's a big deal for me. So, and it's possible. So there are a lot of races like that I don't think people are necessarily, have on their dome. And it takes all of us because we all want to stretch out our efforts. Got a lot of people who are attracted to some of these bigger races or some of these races that are getting national attention. And I appreciate that. But there are also other pockets where you can make a significant difference. So just consider that every time somebody pisses you off on this app, because we're going to be pissed like every day until we win this thing. The media is making their last little push right now, okay, for a red wave. I don't know what the hell is wrong with these people. Yes, 2K, they will suffer, but they've been suffering. They've been suffering on a moral level, but financially it's a different thing. Except that now their ratings are, in the toilet, and now they're just doubling down. They're doing what the Republican Party does. They're doubling down on the trash, thinking that, well, we might as well go even further into the abyss because then we'll make more money. And that's not working either. People are losing their jobs left and right, and people are getting real dirty out here. And so you just have to expect that the craziest articles are going to come up. But we know, because we've been at this for years at this point, at least 3 years on this app, that anybody can push back. Anybody can push back and make a difference. And the minute that you see that something is bull, do it. A lot of us started out with just a couple hundred followers. I only had a couple hundred followers. I started Twitter so I could track earthquakes and troll Donald Trump behind an anonymous name. Like that was literally my only purpose. And I occasionally tweeted about soap operas. And then Kamala Harris decided to run for president, and I saw how she was being treated, and I was just like, this is crazy, and we need to win in 2020. So, yeah, let me see what I can do. And it's grown, and I've met all of these fabulous people, and I have, like Greg says, that there's all sorts of folks who follow me, who see my tweets or who send me DMs, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, But so more people are watching, then will give way. But if these people are watching your account or they're following your account, they could be media, they could be celebrities, they could be anybody. Understand that every person comes with a network. And if they see that you're tweeting this fact that they were unaware of, they may not retweet you. They may not like it. They may not even acknowledge your tweet, but they may still share that fact with their network offline or somewhere else. That's what you have to think of. And that's how we, as regular people, fight back against this narrative that seems it's impossible to overcome. It's not impossible to overcome. It's just that Twitter is its own little bubble. And if anything, the 2020 election taught us that Twitter ain't real life. Like, there are real people on this app, most of us, but it's not real life, because if that's the case, Joe Biden will not be president. And that's just that should be the sobering thought that gives people the strength and the determination to kind of continue to fight back against what we're seeing, because you're talking about people with agendas on here that have very limited perspectives, and they're trying to sell something. I just tweeted about narratives will be the end of us all. Narrative is important for everything that we do, period. And so you have to challenge it. And that's the strength of this community, is that we've always done that, and we get we get results. I mean, and I don't know if this is what, I don't know if this brought it about, but the other day, the griot, they published that article that crazy lady Sophia Nelson wrote about Kamala Harris being invisible, or they're not using her enough on the campaign trail. And I called that out immediately, because I'm like, what is she talking about? You can say that, you want to see more of her, but if you're saying that at this point, your eyes are closed, because she is everywhere. And she is not only just everywhere, she's everywhere talking about reproduction rights. And that is a game changer for this midterms. So you can't say that she's not being used in the most consequential midterms that we have, when she is literally traveling all over the country to talk about the most important issue that is literally that changed Kansas, that is driving so much right now. And so I got in there, tons of people in this room got in there, challenged her, challenged the griot. We went at it. And then the next day, the Hill posted an article titled Kamala Harris is one of the most consequential vice presidents in history. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's a coincidence. So you see what I'm saying? They may not acknowledge it, but these people pay attention to the conversation that is happening on this app. And they pay attention to our collective, because we are highly engaged. It doesn't matter if they don't like what we say. Most of them don't care. It's not about liking it. It's about what is the buzz, and they will capitalize off that if it gets enough buzz. That's what dark branding is all about.
Right, making our narrative bubble up so they then take it on as
Yes,
theirs, and
and
I have seen that happen.
it
Oh
it
yeah,
happens a
girl.
lot.
Of course, it does happen, and it's like what Renee say. I don't mean to cut you off, Renee, but you're absolutely right. If you can have a small account, if you have high engagement and you talk to people, and engage with your followers, and engage with trolling the fighting against the narrative, it works. And believe me, it does.
Yeah.
And to me, be prepared when they fall back and say you're insane, you're psycho. Be prepared for that. Have a tough skin, because
Mhm.
that's going to be one of the downfalls. Because Renee saw that, and the girl was like,
Mhm.
lock your account, lock your account. No, I was like that. No, but I have
Right.
to say,
But yeah, and I think Susan speaks to something to help us get mainstream media to change their behavior. But in our real time, in real life, I think it is important for us to fight back against these crazy narratives. And Eugene and I, like back in the spring, early on, we were in a space. Soledad O'Brien was there. The CEO of Twitter was there. someone else, and we were talking about media and journalism, and there were a lot of blue checks there. And that's one of the things that they mentioned. Like, we have said it and thought it, but these journalism students and the journalists, they do come to these social media platform
Well,
for their
Oh, you
listen.
information.
are.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna jump in, because I will follow it up and saying it's a gold. Twitter is a gold mine because of lazy journalists and lazy writers, TV
Absolutely.
writers and producers, and people who steal jokes. They steal
There was a
jokes.
journalism
It,
teacher in there who spoke to that. Yes.
it's a gold mine. It's unfiltered. You could steal my joke and turn around and make it your own, and you steal content. It's really is. But when I want to talk about how you counter the narrative, you have to be persistent. Like I said before, that the influence of how stretch of how lazy the journalist is. Like, let's for instance Maggie Hageman or whatever Maggie. She is the ultimate. I the, yeah. I'm not gonna say the word, but Maggie. It's these journalists think that you should be worshiping them. You should be like put them on a pedestal and worship every word they say. They don't want to be accountable, and when you hold them accountable, they say, "How dare you? You are this. You're just really dumb. You're not like." I was like, "Wait a minute. We're equal as peers, and you're gonna call me stupid, and you asking for me to subscribe to the New York Times? You know what? As a consumer, f you." And that's the narrative that we should be pushing. Do not follow the links. Do not click to the links. Make make the New York Times starve when it comes to advertising and dollars. You need to weaponize every you weaponize your account in a way to be effective, and you really have to carry that narrative going.
And it's true. And there's something else that you said, Greg, that I really want to point out, because again, this is something that I have just learned in using Twitter. Because it doesn't, like you said, it does not matter how many followers you have. It doesn't matter who is necessarily retweeting you. The point is to drop the right thought into the bucket. I cannot express that enough. I have done some shady things on this app
We
that
have
you
done.
all can look, that you all cannot point back to me because of how I presented the idea, and because I knew certain people would go pick up on my tweet and tweet their own thing, and then it becomes a thing. Last week, I got Holly Robinson Pete to trend. Don't ask
Girl,
me how
girl,
I did
girl,
it,
girl,
but I
girl.
got her to trend after that whole Sarah Silverman mess. And I know that I got her to trend because I'm just saying, whatever. It does not take, all you have to do is have your facts, presented in kind of a clever way, you know what I mean, and like Greg said, make sure you're persistent. But another thing that you said that is very important for Twitter. Here's the thing, and Tiff and I actually took a media training like a month or so ago. I've taken a couple of media training classes since then because I'm just curious, and so I've sat through a few of those, and a lot of what we're thinking is spot on. Obviously, I'm not a media person, but it's it's again to confirm a lot of the stuff that we're saying. But when it comes to Twitter specifically, um, one of the woman who ran the first training that I took, she said, listen, there's a difference between like an influencer and a thought leader, right? And when I think of how to use this app, like, yeah, everybody wants to influence, right? You want to have influence, but for me, the way that has worked to have some sort of influence about the things that I care about, because it's not about self promotion for me. For if that's what it is for somebody else, bless them. But for me, it's not about that. It is engaging with the people who are engaging with your tweets. You want to know why? And not just, I will do that anyway because I'm a chatty person and I like to talk to people. I like to laugh with people. I enjoy it. But do you know what that does? That builds you're building a rapport with an actual human being, and that they're
It's
going to
about
remember that. So then, yes, so
relationships.
then when I tweet something like, hey, can you guys maybe just give a thumbs up from my buddy on this video she's trying to get a grant. Nobody's going to give a second thought about that. One, because you all are kind people, but two, because you know I'm not a jerk, because we talk and we have relationship. And to me, that's more important than having 500,000 followers and maybe getting 1,000 likes on a tweet, and you don't respond to any of those people in your comments, really, because you too busy. Well, that's cute, but
Well,
I'm
you know
here.
what,
Hold
Renee, I'm
on.
gonna
Oh
jump in.
wait, hold on,
Go
Greg.
ahead.
Greg, you
Go
stop
ahead,
Hold
girl.
interrupting
on,
her. Stop it,
I
Greg.
know, I know, I got you excited with that one, Greg. But let me finish. I love you because I already know what you're gonna say. But no, like, you want to engage with people, and so then that brings all the more value to your tweets. And when you say something profound that you really want people to hear and absorb and listen to, because they're not just hearing words that sound good, they're hearing words that sound good coming from somebody that they know actually gives a shit about people. And it's not for show, because that's who I am. But I'm just saying, even if you don't care, like, that's the blueprint. Because I have seen far too many examples on this app of people who are able to get through because people know, I know you care about that cause. And it has nothing to do with how many followers they have. There are people on this app that uplift Kamala Harris every single day. They have like 5,000 to 1,000 followers. And sometimes their videos and their tweets, their pictures and stuff get like 15,000 likes. How is that possible? Because people know that that account cares about amplifying Kamala Harris. Period. And so if it's like they may not even follow that account, but if they see a tweet from that person, oh yeah. Do you see what I'm saying?
It's
It's not even
authenticity.
it's authenticity, because it's not branding, and that's thought leadership. That is thought leadership. And that is what people, if you're not in this for self promo, that is what you should be striving towards. And everybody is capable of that. That's the beauty. Every single person is capable of that because everybody has their thing. Tiff has her civics. You know what I'm saying? Greg has his like shade, but he's gonna call out the truth. Mark's got his legal stuff. Like, everybody's got their thing. And so lean into that and do that spectacularly as best as you can for these next 3 weeks, is what I'm saying. Because democracy is on the line. Lean into your gift. And it doesn't matter who doesn't appreciate it. Because like I said, I have done some shady things on this app that nobody can trace back to me. And I'm like, it's
Ooh.
cool, whatever. We're throwing rocks and we're hiding our hands, because I don't care if I get credit for those things. I just care that the attention is where it's supposed to be. And for these next 3 weeks, that's the goal, period. And we're going to accomplish that. So I'm gonna end with just another shout out back to Marcos for calling me out of my cave so that I could come in here and preach a light sermon. And I'm gonna let Greg go ahead and say what he wanted to say, because I
I know
know
you
Greg is
stirred
about
him
to.
up. You stirred him up. And then
Yeah,
we're going to
Greg is
go with
about to
Mark.
he
Yeah.
about to preach.
I love it. Thank you guys both so much. Everyone who has spoken, just wonderful points. And I love that you highlighted, Renee. And that's what I say. We don't all have to do the same thing. We can't all do everything, but we can do something. And as you said, lean into our gifts, do what we do. And to me, authenticity is you can't, it can't be duplicated. And that's what you were just describing there. It's about relationships and being true to you and your passions and your causes. So go ahead, Greg.
Okay, so here goes. What we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talking about being genuine and being real, and one of the lessons that I learned being on Twitter for over 10 years. A lot of Twitter users put people on pedestals, and they can say no wrong and can't do nothing right, and they get to a level and they're thinking, oh, when they get called out, they turn around and they disrespect you, or they do something self-promoting as it normally goes. It becomes, oh, they full of it. And we do this collective always be attracted to narcissists, and we have to be careful when
No, they're attracted to us.
well, exactly, but they always be predators in the mix. it's very hard to, when you have to counter that argument and being that person, to say, you know what? No, you ain't shit. And you ain't real. You're a self-promoter. It's tough to be going against the grain. And you know what? I don't care. I was raised by a strong black woman who told me, stand up for what you believe in. And then that was the message that she gave to me and my sisters. And I will stand up for what I believe in. I really, really have to say, when I see things not right, I will call it out as it is. And I'm not going to stand by and allow people to prey on people who don't know anything. And those people will show you who they are. And it's like this. If you follow me and I have example and exposed them, I told you who they are. And then you turn around and say, like, no, I don't believe you. Well, you know what? They always, like Renee, I'm gonna tell the truth. They will always do the same. They're gonna do the same fuckery once again. And then I say, I told you so. And you see, it's always have to say, you have to always keep your eyes open, stop putting people on pedestals, and always question what they do. And don't believe them that, oh, it's not self-promotion, because if anybody who starts selling moths on the line, hey, it's self-promotion. But anyway, I have to end the mic. So have a great day.
I saw that shade. I heard it. It's actually. Thank you so much, Greg. I appreciate you. And it's true, like just being genuine to who you are and the things that you care about. And certainly all of us in this
No,
collective
no.
understand community and democracy, So, bye, Greg. Thank you guys so much. And now we're going to get the legal rundown from Mark, and we'll pick up from there, guys. Thank you for being here.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Dee, Eugene, Tiffany, Greg, Renee, always profound. As a matter of fact, Renee, you and I have something in common. We both became very active on Twitter when Kamala Harris announced her bid for president in Oakland. I was actually there that day, and I was just I was astounded, honestly, by the Twitter. Response and some of the things I was reading that just weren't true because I was there and I'm like, this is not true. And I met a bunch of you guys, whether K Hive or not, in defending Kamala Harris against some of these lies. The lower LA public defender that never spent any time in Northern California, but she was talking about Kamala Harris. That a public defender that I know had to come out and say, you're Laura Bazelon. Nikki, I forgot her last name, but Nikki had to come out as a public defender from San Francisco and go like, this is one of the best DAs that I've ever worked with. Are you kidding me? Like, what are you talking about, Bazelon? You're not even up here. So, I mean, that's how I started on Twitter. So we have that in common. And it also made me know that Twitter's not actually real life as well. I'm more active on Twitter than the rest of my family, my mother and my father, brother, sister, cousins. They see me out here, sometimes acting a fool. And you might see me like, busting in on some, argument in some conservative space I have no business being in, but I like to debate. I like just getting in the mix, and Twitter allows me to do that with people I wouldn't ordinarily see. And I'm not necessarily trying to win the hearts of men and women. I'm just trying to make an argument and debate because I love it and just like show like stupidity where actually I can show it. And I'll get on a space too that I probably would not be comfortable in, like Luke's space. I'll just jump on the space on a Saturday night and go like, y'all, this is bullcrap. What are you talking about? Like, right? But I'm never allowed to finish, so that's kind of funny too. But what I did want to talk about, because I DM'd Tiff, and I'm glad, Tiff, I really respect and appreciate your opinion about the debates. And I love debate. I was not only a debater in college, I was a debate coach. And I just think that some of our Democratic candidates, especially the higher profile ones, just didn't have good direction. when it came to what they were supposed to do when they got up on that stage. It's not debate is not giving speeches, not even giving little ones. It's debate. It's like, you counter everything your opponent's saying. If you're not the incumbent, you'll go on the attack. If you are the incumbent, you defend your space. So, for instance, and let me give you a perfect example. And I listened to Barnes, Warnock, Ryan, Flowers, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna contrast that with what Stacey Abrams is gonna do tonight, based upon what she did before. She's a great debater. She does not let a point go to waste. When you debate, you do not let words go to waste. You do not let moments go to waste. If your opponent makes a mistake, you seize on that mistake. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you're not a Christian. It just means you're debating. When when Herschel Walker was asked, and this was like a perfect moment for Senator Warnock to just jump all over Herschel Walker on substance, not just form. When he was asked, and he wasn't getting a fair shake too, by the way. Let me be clear. They were asking questions. They were, there was so low expectations for Herschel Walker. It wasn't a fair debate. But sometimes when it's not a fair debate, you got to make it fair. You got to make your debate. This is Lincoln Douglas. This is It was parliamentarian setup, but it's Lincoln Douglas style. So you have to go like, hey, I'm going to make this my debate. That's what even Barack Obama and Kamala Harris had to learn that. And Kamala Harris learned that after Tulsi Gabbard lied about her. After she, took that L in that moment in that debate, she learned how to debate more. So it's not something that's just like, just everybody's just gifted on. Debate is something different. It's not even law in motion. There's no rules, right? You have to like insert yourself where it's unfair. You have to do the thing. But when Herschel Walker, for example, was asked about what about the Biden administration do you think he's doing a good job of, or do you think, what was the question? Do you think that he is, or do you support? He says he likes ice cream. He says I like that President Biden likes ice cream. When you're debating and your opponent says some shit like that, and you're the senator from the state of Georgia, that's when you pounce on that shit and say, hey, this guy just likes the fact of ice cream. This is what President Biden and I have brought. We brought more than ice cream to the state of Georgia, and he could have owned it until they told him to just slow down and stop. You got to own those moments and slam him for his gesture, being a jester. When he makes that kind of gesture, being a jester, being a clown him then. Tell Georgia what that Biden and Senator Warnock brought more than ice cream to the state of Georgia, and then seal it up with what your program answers. I mean, there's so many moments there, so I do think, and I love Senator Warnock. He went to Morehouse with my brother, and hey, I love Warnock. I think they're frat too, Alpha Phi Alpha. I love Warnock. He's not a debater, and like Tiff said, I mean, I know he's not a debater, but the preparation has to be a lot better. Mandela Barnes, I had the same kind of. I want to hear you attack the incumbent and go at that constituency and say like Barnes and Marcus Flowers, when the incumbents are talking about and touting the fact they're bringing money to the state, even though they voted against the infrastructure bill that brought money to the state, you have to go at that and don't stop talking until they go to commercial break about that. How are you going to claim that? How are you going to claim credit for something? Why do we have, for instance, in Marcus Flowers' case, instead of talking about her not recognizing President Biden as the winning the 22 election, like, dude, like that's not the top 5 issues in GA14, bro. Like, why are you still talking about that? It's something to talk about, but that's like a candle after the frosting. That's not even like a major issue in your district, and you're down by a lot of points. But you should be talking about the fact she's taking credit for money that came to her district from grants, and say something to the effect of, hey, so y'all that voted for her, she's not even on a committee. You're not even represented. She doesn't even represent you in Congress. You have no representation. And the money that she claims credit for bringing you, The Dems brought you. She didn't. The Dems brought that money, and I can get you more. She can't. She's not even on the committee. So even in your, if you want to vote against your own interests, go ahead and do that. If you want more money for this district, vote for me. I mean, those are the kind of debate things you do in debate that like win the day, and it's what turns not the people that are going to vote for the racist, anti-Semite, the person's talking about anti-white racism today. You're not turning those people, but there are a lot of independents that will vote for you. In Flowers' case, you're not going to win, but maybe you can pick up 20 points on a plus 34. In Barnes' case, man, you might lose by like a point. That's big gains right there. Actually, Barnes could win, but he can go at him. You gotta know your constituency when you're debating and stick to those issues. In Warnock's case, he's got it. I mean, it's all done, but as you can tell, he was more comfortable on the second one when he was prepped properly than on Saturday than on the first one. I don't think he was prepped properly. I think that I would say the aides didn't prep him properly by practicing debate. They
Well, do
probably
you think maybe some of that and maybe the moderators too?
Well, in the case of moderators, and you have to read the room, right? When you're debating, if your moderators aren't fair, make them fair. Why don't you ask if they're going to ask Warnock about his marriage? Why don't you ask? Well, let's ask. I mean, God, his son like put out a tweet. Let's ask Herschel Walker about his son, about him, chasing his son and his son's mom for 6 months, trying to kill him. Right? Get off me. Don't play me close. Talk about him. Make them talk about the other dude when it comes to that negative stuff. Then then they're not gonna come back to you. So I mean that's the kind of stuff that you have to practice and debate. And I hope they learn their lesson. I think Warnock's gonna pull this out, but I hope the other Dems are learning. I'm sure. Watch Stacey Abrams tonight. She's masterful. Whether she wins or loses, she can debate, and she doesn't mince words. Number one, and she uses the words of her opponent against her opponent, and that's how you go into a debate. You have the things that you want to say, but when your opponent gives you a gift, you make sure you take advantage of that gift. That's not only debate, that's law in motion. If somebody makes a mistake on the other side of the table and they're arguing a case that doesn't apply to what we're talking about, why would I be quiet about that? Why would I say that's not even applicable here? What are you talking about, sir, ma'am? Right? And you claim to be, and go at him. You claim to be a pro-life proponent, but man, you paid a woman money to have an abortion. How do you reconcile your pro-life stance with the fact that you weren't pro-life in your own personal stance? I mean, it was set up for that, the whole thing. And I didn't hear it. And I didn't hear the strength. I know he's strong. I didn't hear the strength though. And when you're going at a lesser opponent, and anybody that's played sports knows this, when you play the worst team in the league and you play down to them, they play very well. When you play down to your opponent, that's why you respect every opponent like they're elite level. And I don't think that happened here across the board. So I'm fully on the Democratic team, but the underwhelming debates I'm seeing is endemic of lack of preparation and proper preparation when it comes to preparing for these debates. And anytime that he talked about voting with Biden, somebody said before me, I think it was Tiffany, pointed out that Herschel Walker said he voted for Biden 96% of the time, and Senator Warnock should have been like, "You god darn," he wouldn't have said
Yeah,
"God darn,"
exactly.
right? You double down on that and say you're darn
Mm-hmm.
right, and this is what I've
And
done,
this is why.
and then talk and talk. You want ice cream? I want what's good for Georgia. Just like crazy. I mean, like you could have just like went at that, and I'd have kept on talking about how homeboy likes ice cream all the time. Well, all he wants is ice cream. Well, at least one of them do. I mean, I'd have done something like about that multiple personality, but that's just me. And I know Warnock, he ain't like evil like that. But I'd have like talked about that multiple personality disorder. Like I don't even know who I'm debating tonight.
Oh, Mark, Lord, you are so good.
Um,
I love it. But you are right. And maybe someone from the Democratic team, debate prep team, might want to reach out to you because I think that you
and,
just
and, and,
gave some great advice.
and here's the thing about this badge, and it's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. You can see my tweets. If you look at my tweets, I'm like, why are we talking about a fake badge? And like, but now we're talking about whether the badge is fake or not. He's not a sworn post-certified peace officer. It's not a badge that represents law enforcement. It's an honorary badge. Why are we talking about the badge? Somebody just ask him, hey, Mr. I think Kristen, what's her name, got close last night. She said, can you arrest people? He's like, no, this is honorary. Well, why do you keep on flashing it then, sir? You're not supposed to flash an honorary badge because it gives me rights. I can help people. Everybody can help the cops, man. He's like, why do you carry that? Are you trying to impersonate a police officer? Right? I mean, I think that's where people should go. Like, are you sworn? Are you a sworn post-certified peace officer? He has to say no, because remember he almost slipped up in the debate. And like, if I was Warnock, I would have caught this. He said, "I am work with police officers." Remember that? He said, "I am work with police officers." Right? And Warnock should have said, "You're not a police officer, sir. You're not. Stop trying to pretend with your, honorary Cub Scout badge." He'd be like, "It's not a Cub Scout badge. It's from Johnson County. It's a Cub Scout badge, sir. You're not a police officer. Stop trying to pretend you're something that you're not." Oops. That's what you do. You have a bunch of personalities that do the same thing. I mean, something like, that would have been killer. That's just me though. But they wouldn't. That's not. That wouldn't be very nice. And I don't know, Warnock wouldn't have done that. But that's something I would do. Um, but like again, research, deduction, pro cons, and argue for your side. That's how you win these people. And in these debates, Stacey Abrams is gonna and watch her tonight. And I promise you, she's gonna talk about the independent issues. There's people that are gonna vote for Kemp no matter what. But Stacey Abrams is gonna always bring it back to like, hey, look, I can do better than this dude for you. If you want to vote against your own interest, that's your right, but you shouldn't do it. And that's what all these candidates that are either incumbents or Democrats should be doing, and stressing that the Democrats are producing results. The world is worse than America. Even in inflation, anybody brings up inflation, the world inflation is worse than America's inflation. Biden is
Allie
holding it
did.
steady.
Allie spoke to it earlier today. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that needs to be proclaimed. Crime was worse under Trump than it is now. If you look at the statistics, and we're coming out of a pandemic. So the
And
people,
connect the crime with the outrageous gun laws and like a regulation around them.
and absolutely, Dean. No one is even debating that the gun crime, the increase in crime, gun related, is directly a result of the access to guns. There's 7 studies out there that are like incontrovertible. Like this is the stuff that's going on. So my last point. I actually really wanted to read up on the Katie Hobbs issue out in Arizona. And by the way, the reason why I'm not giving a full legal like thing is because we have kind of a quiet day because there's nothing really due today. But I wanted to talk about debate and like these issues on debate, which
Oh, and this is great too. I think it's very important, and I love what you shared with us.
no,
So continue.
and I understand why Katie Hobbs does not want to give a further profile to Kari Lake, but I think that she has to do it. I mean, I would want her to do it. I think she's making a mistake not debating her. Um, because I mean, she has debatable points. I mean, she said some stuff that's outrageous, and it's an easy debate as long as she's prepared. But I totally
See, I
understand.
think I think part of the problem, like, yeah, because when you've got facts on your side, that part is easy. I think what has not been easy for them, but you address that, is that the moderators sometimes of these debates and things are definitely giving air to the crazies.
They do, but when you go into these when these candidates go into these debates, and The Republicans do it too. The Republicans do this. They actually Herschel Walker did it. He they practiced with him. You could tell he was prepped. I mean, you can't prep Herschel Walker to like win any debate. He didn't win the debate. I mean, we expected him to
He just
like,
didn't
I mean,
explode or have a melt.
talk about low expectations. Like, I mean, you're still gonna. I mean, if Herschel Walker was a stab wound, the patient would still die. It just wouldn't die. I mean, it wouldn't die anytime. Soon. It wouldn't die sooner than later. It'd be like later. But that was awful, right? When it comes to debates, perception matters. People talk about Twitter, right? Twitter, Matt. This was he debated like he was on Twitter. And that's the key. That was the point I was trying to make about Warnock, is that he's got to get off Twitter in a debate when people are looking, when my parents are looking, when my cousins are looking, and people that don't have Twitter in Georgia. Most people do not have Twitter, and people need to understand that.
Yeah, these are
Hey,
more probably
hey,
Facebook communities,
hey, Mark,
actually.
how about the moderator scolding him like a child when he pulled that out? I haven't heard anybody really talk about that. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
well, I mean, the
like a little
moderators,
child.
yeah, the moderators. I mean, that was jacked up. That was the setup, and it was jacked up. I understand that, but when you're debating and you're up there on that stage, you have to you have to, you have to flip the script on the mod. You're not going to always get a fair. No one ever gets a fair moderator. There's always a moderator like somebody for some reason that ain't you. In debate. I mean, there's always I mean, you have Republicans candidates for president that they're not even going to debate in 2024. You know that? They're not even going to debate. They're like saying no. You're not going to have fair moderators. But at the same time, knowing that, you go in and you change when a question's asked you change it. If it's not fair, you don't just answer a question and you don't play by the rules if the other side is not playing by the rules. That's not debate. I mean, I know Lincoln Douglas, they were like very disciplined in parliamentary debate. You're very disciplined, but if it's not disciplined, then there's no honor in staying disciplined when your opponent on debate is like going buck wild. You gotta like go buck wild too but stay structured in what you want to get across. No, you don't want to be wilding out and arguing with the dude on stage, but make incisions like you're a surgeon on points that you want to make to his constituents and go like, this dude is not the abortion guy that you want him to be. He pays for them. This guy is not going to get you more money. He wants ice cream. This guy doesn't even have the character and the respect of his family. What makes you think that he would earn your respect, Georgia? 3 areas right there where Warnock could have just like hammered him. His own child doesn't respect him. It's scared of him. Do you know who you're voting for, Georgia? That's the point that needed to be made and still needs to be made. I see it on Twitter now, right? If you look at Warnock's post on Twitter, he's talking to him. But those are when you're live on TV, you don't get those moments back. You don't get TV back. So if there's not going to be another debate before I highly doubt Herschel, the GOP Senate is telling that dude, don't ever get back on stage with Warnock again. You did what you needed to do. He showed that he was like capable of putting a sentence together. It wasn't sophisticated. It wasn't smart, but you know what? The people that were on, I don't know if I can vote for this dude from the Republican side. He won them. Independence, that's what we're going after. That's that 51% that we need. We need 51% in Georgia, not 49. Thank you for that time. And and like I said, we're not always going to agree on everything, and I'm speaking from the heart and from as passionate, as intelligent as I think I can be. And we may not even agree on what my assessment was of the debates, but I mean, there's an argument to be made, and this is democracy first discussion. So I'm happy to discuss it and engage in robust discourse, which I love, and and change my mind. Rescue me if I'm wrong, but I think there was more to be left on the table, and I think the stakes are too high not to have had the preparation that was necessary to outright win these debates, because the margin is so close, especially in places like Georgia, in Arizona, in places like Wisconsin, where there's margins close. Now Marcus Flowers, he had nothing to lose, but I still think he debated too safe.
Yeah.
I think he got caught up on this election stuff. I'm like, that's not the issue for you, bro. That is, I mean, that's not your issue. The election is not your issue. What she's not even representing GA14. I mean, they
I
have
mean,
no
but she
representation.
actually almost conceded to, like, yeah, he's president right now, kind of thing. When he tried to, at one point, you know hammer her on that. And like you said, it's over though. But we do have some other hands up. So I hope you can stay
Yeah,
up a moment.
sure, yeah,
And
of course.
yeah, so I want to go to let me see. Marco, you don't have your hand. Geechee came up and had his hand up. So I'm going to go to him. And then I know there's a Nation came up and. So Marco, I know you'll sit there and Tiff. So let's hear from Geechee, a Nation, and Ali and Tiff.
Good afternoon. Thank y'all for doing the space again today. We got 20 something days left. Thank y'all for getting that work in, doing that work. I know all y'all are doing that work, and we look forward to tonight's debate. I don't want to disagree or push back against Mark. I just have maybe a little bit of agreement, and then some things that I think that maybe there could be more of a discussion on in regards to that debate between Walker and Warnock. First of all, I had the same perception that you had in regards to how Warnock was performing, probably up until like 3/4 of the debate, whenever it was where that cop incident happened. And I thought that before then, Walker was doing a lot better than I perceived him being able to do. A lot of it because of the fact that I understood for him the expectations were beyond below the floor. They're like off this planet in another universe. They're so low that it hasn't been like there isn't a place you could record how low the standard was for him. So I 100% understand that. I guess where I wouldn't put pushback, but I would probably like maybe want to have more of a conversation is in regards to what Warnock needed from this debate and what Warnock could not do in this debate. I think is a lot more complicated because of who he was debating, if that makes sense, because I think that I think there were things that he could do when Walker was not there that I think would have came off really bad had he done that with Walker there. I think the part about the family part, I don't think that would have played well with him being a preacher and him doing it with him there. I don't think that bringing up the domestic violence things, him bringing that up would have went well, if that makes sense. I think that there were some people, because he's a reverend, and he's inoculated from some of the charges, like the crime charges, I think that would have played against him if he had made some of those attacks, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, and I have heard that, and thank you for coming up, Geechee, to, you know, provide that perspective.
Because
Um,
like back in my day, I would have like back when sometimes when I did debate. I'm not an attorney, but I did debate, and there are times where you underestimate somebody, and I've done that before in debates. But I think what throws you off the most, or where you're most is the hardest part in your debate is when you're debating against a person where you know that there are things that you cannot do because of the demographics of who that person is, and that if you go past that line, that you lost the debate because like the perception is going to be awful of you doing that. If that makes sense.
it makes perfect
Okay.
sense, and I've heard this argument, and it does make sense. And I think there's some room for in between both of those. You know what I'm saying? With with that in mind, like I mean, Mark touched on those issues, but I think there are others where he could have kind of gone at him more more strongly and kind of push back on the moderators, because
But
that was my thinking
Well, the
was
moderator
that
should. I agree with Mark on that part. The moderator shouldn't be. I don't believe you respect moderators. They're just there to be there,
correct.
and he should have ran them over. I don't think that you ever pay attention to who the moderators. You run them over. You do the debate you want to have, and those moderators should have been ran over.
Yeah. I mean, like to Geechee's point, like we used to. I mean, Geechee, you debated before.
Yeah.
We had to debate stuff like the price of the rise of the price of peanut butter by 5 cents is going to lead to nuclear war, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And
Yes.
you
Things.
have to
Yes.
put these logical, deductive things together and make the argument. You don't respect the moderator, but you make these arguments in debate where you like it's some things A to Z makes no sense, but you go A to B to C to D to E to F, and you keep on going. Then you make it make sense, and then like you don't. Hey, you push that time. So I agree with you, Geach. I agree with you that he is a reverend. And I think there was a line he didn't want to cross. Also, he has a little baggage on his side. I don't think it's bad,
That was
but
the other part I was going to talk about. That's why the domestic violence stuff, he
Right.
should have
Yeah,
like not said anything
exactly.
at
yeah,
all.
yeah.
Hmm.
I
I
agree with you.
also think
I
he's not a
appreciate
good debater. I think he's an awful debater too. That's another thing that can be thrown out there. He went against Kelly Loeffler, who is also another person that's really not good at this, and I don't think he's really good at this either. So that could also be another thing too. There are fewer people in politics that are good at debating than we think there are, if that makes sense. Because there's people I absolutely love as politicians, and they're really not good at debating. And so
Right.
I
More.
think that. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, I was going to say you were saying more like good speech makers as opposed to debaters. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I heard you.
Geechee must have got a phone call.
Oh, sorry. My something my went on. That's weird. Went on mute. Um, I think I love the Rev and I love Ossoff, but I often have conversations with people. I think they're both very boring. So I think they're talented, quote unquote, politicians, but I think they're very boring. And I know a lot of people think they're not, but they don't do anything for me in the way that they communicate. But I know that for others they do. But for me, it's like it's not there. And there are other politicians I love that I know are also not good in that format. And some have gotten better. Like the person that's running in Westmore, I love to death. He was not good in those debates earlier on. He's gotten a whole lot better. And that's a wonderful thing to see. But there are a lot of polls that are not good at this, just as bad as the Republicans are at this.
And you make a very good point, Geechee. You really do. And at the end of the day, what we want them to be is good politicians, good legislators. Geechee, I'm curious, since you're here, uh, what are your thoughts about, how much the debates even matter? Do they change any minds? Do they matter? Do we need to do them? Do we need to do as many?
It depends on what the race is. Obviously, in the presidential debate, you're having these, and the VP debates, you're having huge crowds that are basically, in a lot of the instances, learning who these people are for the first time. I think one of the big pushbacks I have when people talk about politicians that are not the president is the fact that people think that people know who these people are. Most people have no idea who the vice president is right now. They didn't know what it was when Biden. They didn't know what it was Pence. And even when we have nominees, there's a process from when they win the nominee where they're doing massive media buys for people to understand who the president is. And I saw a video from Crooked Media where they talked about when Obama became the nominee and they spent like $50 million letting the nation know who Obama was. And they thought that from what they saw in polling, that Obama was like highly known. And he still wasn't, even as the nominee. There are a few people that are like Trump or like Hillary Clinton was, because being a former first lady, where they're like at 100% name ID. That's not most other politicians in this country. Like, I always am going to push back on any poll that says like Bernie is popular. Most people in this country have no damn idea who Bernie is. And like the first time you hear like Cuba or communism, they're going to hate him more than life itself. So I think in that it matters. And in these Senate debates, these House debates, I think they matter. I think that there are like a start acceptable line for a lot of these candidates, like getting over that line is enough for them to get elected. I think in Pennsylvania that has to happen. I think that in Pennsylvania, that Fetterman debate matters. I think it's going to matter him getting above that line. If he gets above that line, I think he's fine. I think that Mandela Barnes probably got over that line for a lot of people in Wisconsin, and I would like to see what polling is there. But I also want to agree with Mark again, too. I think that Katie Hobbs has to, I don't know if there's time to now do a debate. Her thinking that she can go in this without having to debate Carrie Lake was stupid. I don't know any other way to say it. but it was stupid. Carrie Lake is someone that was known in the biggest market in that state because she was a local news person. And this is a person that is going to be seen credible because she was one of the biggest supporters of Obama in '08 and in 12 in that state. And now she's on the other side. So it may seem like flip flopping to some people, but for some people, it's going to be credible because she was so avid for Obama before that time. And I also understand at the same time that Katie Hobbs is probably one of the people in this country that have faced the most death threats since 2020 that is running for office right now. Like the Secretary of State of Michigan, some of these other people that have had to deal with this over and over again. And why they don't have a permanent person handling elections in Fulton County, Georgia, is because the constant death threats and the threats to their lives all the time. And I wouldn't want anyone to have that. But if you are so shook by, I probably shouldn't say it that way. If that is something that you are that's bothering you, or you think that that is the path, I don't know if that was the. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying because I don't want to blame her for the fact that people in this country are ignorant and dumb and they're violent.
But are you trying to say that she still needs to find a way to be a little tougher?
I don't want to say that because I
Well,
don't think it's her fault because of the people that are trying to
mm-hmm.
kill her. I don't think it's her
Right,
fault.
right. Mm-hmm.
Um,
I get it. I
Well, Katie, well, she has Kelly there that's going to win, right?
yeah.
So, like, I mean, it's not a. She has Mark Kelly there that's leading, and like all she has to do is like position herself to ride that wave. So, I don't get it. I don't get because she's positioned better than almost anybody else in a battleground state where
Yeah,
she's
but the threat
at.
of your life can, that's real. Like Ichi said, that's a real thing. And before I knew anything about her rationale and her reasoning, that was my first thought. Was from, physical threats and harm because I know that there has been a lot of that activity in that state. Remember, ground zero for, the fraudits that, they started taking all
And they've
over the
had somebody try
country.
to they had somebody try to do a political assassination in that state not that long ago. Mark Kelly's wife was Gabby Giffords was tried to be they
Exactly.
tried to
Thank
assassinate her in
you.
that state. So
Mm-hmm.
I understand that too, but at the same time, this is politics, and you have to get in the ring. And I don't want to blame her because of the fact that I understand there's violence that she's facing. But that's the part where it's like I know black politicians, Latino politicians, those of us that are like in these marginalized groups, the Obamas always had that fear. They had to know that they were always facing that type of violence. I know the vice president has to know that there are people every single day that are plotting. Look at when she was running. Look at all the people that they arrested that had these like, plots to kill her and Cory Booker. Like they have to know this, and I don't know how she's not processing this in a way that like Obama and Harris did without sounding like I'm blaming her for these people.
Okay. And I get it. I understand what you're saying. I think I do. Because it is not her fault. But at the same time, sometimes you have to feel the fear. I mean, and it is real. But when you're running to represent a state, people got to know that you're going to stand up for them and to certain other people. But did you have anything else that you wanted to say? And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Geechee. Those are
Oh
my
no, no,
words.
no, no! Because I'm afraid of saying something that is like
Yes.
not sensitive. That's why I'm trying to
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
couch what
And
I'm
I get
saying.
it. I get it. Yeah. And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. These are, these words. um, all right. So I do have someone's hand up who just came up, and I think
You
they wanted
notice how
to.
I stayed out of that?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to point that out.
You have your hand up and you haven't spoken, so I'm going to go to you, and then Tiff, and then there are a few other people who have had their hand up and have spoken, and I'm going to go with you guys. So, and was it the Tiff, and let's go from there. So the and then Tiff.
Good afternoon, everybody. I saw something that kind of disturbs me. This is for the race in Pennsylvania that's going on. And, you see different types of memes and you see different types of posts on Twitter, and you take it for a grain of salt, with a grain of salt. And it talked about how Dr. Oz is still registering in New Jersey. So I said, what the heck? Let me look and see if I can find his voter roll on New Jersey. Sure enough, if you go to the Department of State, New Jersey Division of Elections website, you can put on your information on whether or not you're registered. This was correct. He is still, as of today, registered in the state of New Jersey as a voter. So I called the elections board in the state of Pennsylvania where he's running to see if there's something that he's doing, because I'm thinking possibly this is an illegal act to say that you're registered in two states. I couldn't get an answer through. So I called the Josh Shapiro campaign and I voiced my opinion there as well. And I was told to put it on his website, put the question on his website. And again, you get to the website, the first thing that you see is the donations. You don't get really into the website. So I'm very upset as a voter because it seems that no one's paying attention to this. And I'm not sure at this point, who do you contact in terms of looking into this? The thing with Josh Shapiro is he's our state attorney and he's also running for governor. So I don't know if it would be a conflict of interest, but then again, you think of Kemp in Georgia when Stacey Abrams first was a candidate and how he handled the elections in his campaign in Georgia. So, what do we do as citizens when we come with this type of information?
So
Who do
let
we
me ask you a
contact?
question. Let me ask you a question real quick. So he's still registered in
He's
New
still
Jersey?
he's still registered as an active participant, as a registered voter in New Jersey. Current registration act status active. I'm looking at it right now. City, Cliffside Park Borough, County Bergen, and it even has his voter ID information. This is public on their New Jersey Division of Elections website.
Have
Can
you
I
tweeted out a picture of that?
can I
Yes, I
chime in?
did.
Can I chime
Yes, I
in?
did.
Yes, Tiff, please.
Okay. So just okay, so let me explain a little something because I think people this came up in the primary when he was running, and there are some states that do not purge their rolls, right? So they have information. New York and New Jersey are infamous for this. They will have you on the rolls even if you go register in another state.
Mm-hmm.
They will still keep you on the rolls. And at some point, some states it's like 7 years. New York is never. I am still on the New York rolls unless I call them and tell them to take me off. I will remain on there. I've been on there for 15 years. So it looks like I am registered to vote in New York. It's still at my parents' address, but
Mm-hmm.
I am registered to vote in Maryland and I have voted here for 15 years. So I understand your concern, but there is, unless he calls them and tells them to take him off, it is not. Only way it would be illegal is if he went and actually voted in, because it's based on current residence. So if he went to New Jersey and actually voted where, and mind you, he's running in Pennsylvania, then he would be in big trouble. But once he moved and registered in Pennsylvania, it was fine. There's as long as he's voting where he technically lives, which he says he lives in Pennsylvania, then he's fine to vote there. So I get it. I had a post about this a while ago. I can try to find it and
Thank
explains
you.
it.
I'm glad. Yeah, because I knew it had come up early on, and like you said, in the primary. So thank you. I'm so glad that people are here with questions and those with answers. So, did you have any thing else that you wanted to ask or add?
No, that's pretty much it. I'm still kind of disturbed about that because you would figure that if he was running here in Pennsylvania for that Senate seat, that to keep him for any kind of issues or anything, he would take himself off voter rolls. And is it's just disturbing to me
And
as a
as
voter.
yeah, and I
As a voter,
understand.
it's disturbing to me.
Mm-hmm. And as so many other things about him, but as you said, the law there is such that it is, and until he steps across that line and actually tries to vote there, then it's okay. He's not breaking the law, but he's doing a whole lot of other things that he can be
Hmm.
called out on for
That's true.
sure.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
Well,
Okay.
thank you for coming up, and
Well,
thank you
thank
for,
you.
your concern and, like actively working to address your
I
concerns
like
to
that.
make sure.
Keep eyes
Yes,
peeled out, man. This is what this is
absolutely.
about. It's politics.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, paying attention, and we must, all of
Oh
us.
yes. Yes.
All right. So up next, Tip had her hand up, and so I'm going to go to her, and then a nation has dropped down. I'll go to Allie, who has her hand up. So Tiff, Allie, and Kevin.
Hey, I just wanted to ask Mark, since he is the debate champ over here, so is Geechee. Don't make him tell you the story about how Kasahanji Brown Jackson made him cry
I know. I
in a
didn't want to.
debate.
Let's not do violence today. Let's not do violence. That was so inappropriate. I got like a lot of shirts when I went to my high school stuff about that too. Like that was one of my first lessons. First of all, I want to give thanks to my late mom, who's no longer here, who laughed her ass off as I like sweated and like was getting visibly mad because I underestimated. This was my first example in life of underestimating somebody outside of sports. And she wore my ass out. And like I was a freshman and she was a senior. She said, "I'm not
Tell
giving
him
you an
who the
excuse for
she
that."
is, Geechee. Tell him who the she is.
But
Uh,
it was KG. What is it? KJB.
Katanji Brown
Yeah,
Jackson.
yeah.
Yes.
I went to this really good high school in Florida. It's like one of the best high schools in the world called Lakewood High School in St. Pete. And she went to one of those like ritzy ditzy high schools in Miami, Palmetto High School. Nikki, the weirdo that ran for governor, also is an alum of that high school. I think so was Chuck Todd and Mark Caputo with the crazy eyes. But like I was confident. I am usually very confident, and she wore my ass loose. Like, it's like wore my ass loose. And I only lost, I think, 3 debates in high school. And she was one of the people that wore me out. And I started crying like afterwards because that's how I used to get like when I losing basketball, losing football. I used to start crying, and my mom just laughed, and it made me upset. But like so having to humble myself was a good thing. So I'm not embarrassed by that. She went on to do greater things, and I'm not doing greater things like that. But I'm happy with my life.
Mean, like if you can, that would be a proud loss to take. Okay, you hung in there. Okay, so you were able to be on the stage with someone like that who has gone on to such heights, and like I said, don't sell yourself short. So I
I mean,
love.
if there's
Oh my
anyone to lose
god.
to, if there was
Uh,
anyone to lose a debate to, it would be the new justice, the only black woman justice
I mean,
on
how
the
many
Supreme
people
Court.
can tell that story?
Exactly. So that will be Geechee's claim to fame for the rest of his time. That I know him, that I'm always going to bring that up because it was the only thing that I know that went wrong.
And I'm
Honestly.
still friends with some of the people that she were on her debate team. That like there's the one's a professor at Stanford, John, and then like Mark that lives in Miami. I'm still good friends with them. They didn't beat me, but their team obviously won because I sucked ass. But yeah, I'm still friends with some of them, so that's good too.
Well, you know
Anyways,
what?
my question.
You know what, Geechee? You're in good company because she just beat Justice Alito using his own words of originalism and textualism on the 14th Amendment as well. So, like, hey, she only beat you in high school, but she like killed Justice Alito
She
in
wiped
the
the
voting
floor
rights
with
argument.
him.
So
Good
you should feel
company,
honored. You
Geechee.
should feel
She
Good
honored.
company.
practiced on you.
All right. Well, there's actually two debates tonight. I just want to remind people. I believe Val Demings has a debate tonight, and so does Stacey Abrams. So I don't know. We might
And
have to.
there's a third one too, because I wanted to thank you for saying Ohio.
Oh, there's
Uh,
another Ohio. I'm not watching
and
that. Somebody's gonna
okay,
take
but
that one.
it's in the thread. If you have the one for Demings, I would love to put that in the thread.
Okay.
But the
Yeah,
Georgia one and
I
the
think it's
Ohio
tonight
one.
because I kept getting text messages. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting killed with text messages
Oh,
all
I
damn
know.
day.
I
Over it.
I
I'm
I
so
use
over
a
it.
different email so that I don't. And I was like, oh my
Yeah, the
god.
text messages are out of control. So all day I'm like have my Apple Watch and I just keep looking at it because it just keeps getting more and more messages. And they're not even like they're no longer like money ones. They're just like tune in to debate tonight. Tune into this. Do. I'm like, okay, leave me alone. But I guess my question was really to Geechee and to Mark since they are the critical ones. I am critical too, but I like to bust their chops. Um what are you guys expecting from Stacey Abrams tonight? Because I don't really know in my own assessment. Like Brian Kemp is like we watched him debate Geechee and I before. He's boring as all hell. He is so boring. And so in some ways, you have a Herschel Walker who's like kind of like just kind of never know what to expect. Brian Kemp is gonna stay, true to the line and use his Republican talking points. So what do you think that Stacey has to do tonight in order to win this debate? Because there's a lot of things the only thing that I can really point to where there's a couple of things that Brian Kemp has done. One is the hospital closing. So I hope she hammers him on that. I hope she hammers him on voting rights. And I don't know what else she can use because he has distanced himself from Trump in many ways, even though we all know he's low key MAGA. So what do you think that she needs to do tonight to be able to win that debate?
I'll let Mark answer that, and after he answers, I'll talk about what I think is why it's hard to debate someone like Kemp.
Well, I think the issues are clear, and they're the top issues of the state of Georgia. Is the economy, um, affordable housing, jobs, and inflation, and not in any particular order. But she has to have a plan and have a plan on and the hospitals too. Tiff, that's huge. The hospital closings and who they're going to be affecting and how they're going to be affecting people that are living in independent districts. And I think she should use examples of what kind of care will be deprived of them or delayed because of the hospital closings under the whether what for whatever reason they're closing is happening under his watch. Blame him. I think she does need to hit affordable housing and access to health care. I think those are down the line, but inflation in the economy and how she's going to use her relationship with the Biden administration to make sure all the lives of Georgians are improved under her watch, and also that everybody, hey, everybody that wants to vote can vote for their elected officials in the state of Georgia. I think those are the points that she has to make and nail off the top of my head.
I agree with 100% of everything he said. I think that when she makes her attacks, she needs to make sure that the endings of those attacks are in either yes or no or one simple answer every time he does. Because there's an aw shucks about him, the Southern aw shucks, I'm the simple country lawyer shit it drives me fucking insane that people fall for every fucking time that he does very well. And I also think that when he attacks her, I think the response to the aw shucks things that shuts that shit down immediately is to blow it off, to make a really short, precise response to it, and then like brush it off, roll your eyes, something like that. Dick Cheney did a very good job doing that to John Edwards, where I think he was like extremely prepared for the debate, and he basically blew him off every time he did that all shucks shit, and it worked.
Do you think that she should go in on abortion? John just sent me an article where he said he wants to limit IVF, which is insane for anyone who's ever been through IVF. That's like absurd. But this is kind of where we're heading. So I feel like she needs to kind of paint him as kind of like extreme, but not too extreme, especially on the abortion issue. So I'm curious to see how she's going because she can't, obviously there's also the threat of coming off like an angry black woman, which we know that people will they already have these perceptions about her, and some of them, one of them that, and I know he's going to try to paint her as being like he's going to also try to paint her as being a radical a leftist, which she is not, but people perceive her to be that. So I feel like I don't know, is he going to try to tie her to Biden? Because she really hasn't been around Biden and she doesn't really talk about Biden either. This is like the weirdest, this is going to be a weird debate because I really don't know how it's gonna go. And I just looked at my watch and it looks like Val Deming's debate is tomorrow. It's a 24 hours. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna go into it with an open mind, and I'll let you guys know. We'll talk about it tomorrow how we thought the debate went. But I think she's a good debater. I think I agree with you, Mark. She's quick on her feet, but I just don't know, like, perception wise how it will come off because people are so freaking weird and obsessed with her.
We cannot make the 2010 mistake that Democrats did when they left Obama, and the Affordable Health Care Plan, and they left that. And they want to talk about it. Didn't want him in the campaign. We can't afford that kind of action right now. She has to embrace the Biden administration, how she's going to use what Biden does to help people of Georgia. She needs to hammer Georgia, and how she's going to work with the administration to help Georgia. She needs to hammer her passion with regard to a woman's right to choose. The right to privacy is something she needs to argue as well. It is not just about a woman's right to choose. This is about bodily autonomy and the right to privacy, and the fact that the government should not be in control of your body, men and women. That's what she needs to do.
Yeah,
So
no, I agree with that.
do you think that she's animated or forceful enough to do that? I think that the angry black woman, quote unquote, trope, she's not, in my opinion, she's not animated enough or energetic enough in her presentation that I think that's an issue for her. But I agree, if the passion that you just spoke with, Mark, I have not seen that often with her in debates. I think she does it good on the stump, but I have not seen her do that in debates. But I think that would
Yeah,
go
and
over
then
super well.
I would have her vacillate. She needs to control it, right? So you vacillate on serious issues that don't require passion, like working with the Biden administration. You just talk straightforward about how much money you're going to bring to Georgia and help people in Georgia. Where's Georgia at under Governor Kemp? They're at the bottom somewhere, right? And how is she going to bring them up to the top and help them kids and help those families and help those mothers? That's what she needs to talk about with regard to that. She can do that without emotion. But when she talks about women and the right to choose and the right to privacy and bodily autonomy, she needs to come with some passion and just overwhelm him and show the foolishness of his position.
right. I think that is actually an accurate thing. So you mentioned Kamala Harris in that second debate, right? So what I don't want her to do is to be kind of attacked on an issue and then she's kind of stuck there. And I don't know, you mentioned that debate. So what I don't want is for that to happen. And you can elaborate more on what you said in terms of being prepared because an attack is easy to receive, but it's not, it's hard to combat. So when we saw Kamala on that stage, it seemed in perception wise that she froze, right? She didn't want to respond back. I don't know if she didn't want to come off like I said, the angry black woman, or she knew herself that she would go off, or she was trying to run away from that. Because obviously the campaign was trying to run away from her record in terms of what she did in San Francisco and as an AG. So I don't know. I maybe you want to elaborate on that a little bit on what you think Stacey could do in learning the lessons from what Kamala didn't do in that debate.
Geechee touched on it with regard to Dick Cheney, which is a brilliant recognition. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was in Cleveland watching that debacle, so yeah.
I think you can speak more to that, but I think that you have to know your record and be able to defend your record against. You have to know these attacks. That's preparation. How is Kemp going to come at her? He's going to come at her with some of these like crazy theories, like she's trying to get people in prison voting and all these, all this some crazy stuff. And she needs to like be disciplined and talk to the voters of Georgia about who she's fighting for the right to vote, them, so that there's proper representation in government and everybody has a representative that's going to look out for their interests, and also like we got to swing them independent voters that are going after Warnock, that are going to vote for him. He's winning. Go after those Warnock voters. They're independent. Don't like the foolishness. Call him foolish. Say, you know what? You're a foolish governor.
and you engage in foolishness, as your governor, Georgia, I'm not going to engage in foolishness. I'm going to represent the people of Georgia 100%. That's just how this is going to work.
Well, I'm not a good source on what to do on that because I was absolutely wrong on that second debate. I had debates with Renee, Tiff, a lot of people on that she needed to save that quiver for someone that mattered. And that Tulsi shot didn't land. I didn't think it was going to land because it was somebody that was so unserious. So I was wrong on that. And you can do a lot of prepping for debate or like do prepared bit parts. And if they don't fall right or they're rebutted correctly or they're blown off or the body language doesn't fit what you're doing, it can go haywire. So I was wrong on that. So I'm probably not a good source to ask
Well,
about that second debate.
but and to your point, Geechee, debates are about perception, not about result. Like, whoever wins, who you think won is who you supported. You're not going to go into a debate thinking like supporting somebody, and then like, all of a sudden after the debate you don't support them anymore unless they say something crazy, right? So I went into that second debate supporting Kamala. I came out supporting Kamala. Tulsi Gabbard lied. And it wasn't a forceful response based upon the record that I know the candidate has and she knows she has, and she got stuck. And that was a lack of preparation, that her aides failed her in debate prep. And because she was told to run away from her record or to steer clear of her record because they were calling her a cop, and they were like, she was afraid to lose some of the black vote because of her being a former prosecutor. So that was the problem with that second debate, and I was incensed about it with regard to some of the aides that suggested that. Some of these, I don't have any problem with anybody from Harvard, but there was a lot of Harvard people around her, that like figured that running to get the black vote, you can't be a prosecutor. That narrative that black people don't want to be safe, so Kamala's a cop. Running away from that idea and having someone lie and say you put 12,000 people, whatever she said, in jail for marijuana when the exact opposite happened. That was too much for perception to happen on a national stage to overcome through Twitter afterwards. So Stacey Abrams has to avoid that kind of attack where she has to come on Twitter and explain or elaborate or like make another argument. You only get one shot.
Can I jump in here real quick? I really think she needs to go in on the women's issue. That was the thing that was lacking with Warnock and Herschel and Walker. Warnock couldn't really go in on it, but Stacey Abrams can go in on it 100%. And she's going to get some of those white women voting for her. That's the trump card that she has of all of these candidates. She really needs to go in on that piece.
Yeah.
And I think that's one piece that hasn't been played. That's a card that hasn't been played, and she can really do it, representing all women at that point. And except for the hardline Trumpers, but I think that's a point she needs to go in on.
And she talks about like Mark had spoken to before, her making the other things that she was going to do for Georgians, and I mean she speaks about addressing the housing issue, expanding Medicaid, and a whole lot of other things. So if she, or her debate team, takes into consideration some of the things that you guys have shared here, she should do well. I mean, she's a good candidate. She's a great candidate. So there's no reason for her, and she's very capable. So there's no reason for her not to do well,
You never know who's in these spaces listening. Just
Mm,
saying.
this is true.
Can I
All
comment
right.
about debates really,
Mm,
really quick? I can
sure,
wait.
Renee.
If
Hmm.
I don't know if everybody else who has their hand up wants to comment on the debate specifically. Um, but so the second debate in 2019, that second debate took me out, and like I never watched any of the other debates live after that one because that was crazy. And what I saw, and this lends to what Stacey needs to do tonight, and it lends to what we're talking about with these other debates. It goes back to the point that we were making before I dropped down a listener, which is authenticity. Okay. So no matter what it is you're saying, kind of be yourself. And that sounds so trite, but it's so true because people can read through the screen to see whether or not you're being yourself. What I
Thank
saw
you.
with Kamala
Mm-hmm.
Harris in that second debate that I did not like, and this is probably the only time you all are going to hear me because I had a lot of thoughts about 2019, but I rarely share them unless you're part of my little inner circle. But with that debate, because I know what her advisors told her. I know it was obvious that she steered away from her prosecutorial background. A lot of things were obvious about the way she ran her campaign. She didn't defend herself. That's why K Hive was born, is because her team didn't either. So we've been on this app for 3 years doing that because in many ways they did not, and that was intentional. And I don't know why, but whatever. All that's in the past. But in the moment when you're on a debate stage, when you're in the heat of an argument, and you are a prosecutor, do you understand? Who knows how to defend people, and you do not clip back at that lie and that's your legacy, no, that's an instinctual response. It don't have nothing to do with who's been in your ear, baby. That's you. And I saw Kamala Harris. I've watched previous tapes of her in debates before. She don't scare. That's not somebody that's afraid to make an argument. So she stifled herself. And I think honestly, if I'm gonna be, we gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real right now. That is something that as a black woman, as a woman, you grapple with. And it was in that moment that it really fucking hit me just how difficult a presidential race is for a black woman in this country. Because in that moment, that chick had a ton of thoughts running through her head, except for, I know this bitch didn't. And that was probably in there too, but that's not the one that rose to the top. And I apologize for cussing so casually, but that is literally how I saw it. And I was like, oh my God. And it wasn't that she was buckling, but it was like, you, if you go back and replay that moment, I can't even watch it because it was that painful for me because we've all been there before. We've been right there where it's like you're in a meeting, you're at work, and somebody says something, and you like, now do I lose my job today? Or do I just sit here and what's the price? Now, ultimately, she made it to the White House, so it kind of doesn't matter. But like Geechee said, and like I told Geechee, that hit landed. It landed. And all of those other attacks did too, but that was an opportunity to defend herself, and she had to grapple with it in that moment. And now, so years later, we look at Stacey. Okay, Stacey is in that same fight. She's in the same fight. And so what I want from her, I understand what you all are saying about these policy points. I get even what you're saying about Warnock. Warnock is in a bit of it too, because he's like, all right, what do I clap back on? Now with Warnock, I do think that I do want to slightly agree with Mark that it's like you have to prepare. These are presentations. It's just like an actor prepares to do a monologue. Okay, you prepare and you prepare and you prepare, and then when you get into the debate or the show, you can lean on your preparation. And preparation, as actors know, preparation actually kills your anxiety because you prepared. You understand? Kamala Harris is somebody that over prepares. Stacey Abrams seems to me someone who over prepares. So she's got to lean into her preparedness because she is a skilled debater. I've seen Stacey in debates before, but I don't want her to run from her authenticity because if, again, I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot about Stacey Abrams that is still ambiguous to us. And I think that I'm not blaming her because there's a lot of misogyny at play here, a ton of it, and a lot of bad actors that are engaged for all the wrong reasons. But she has got to lean into the truth of either one, who she is, or who she wants to project herself to be. Those are the type of optics that you can't put into words, that cannot really be articulated. They can only be felt, and they are felt in visual presentation. This is why that's a whole industry, and people are paid to give advice on how to present yourself, because that's a real thing. And when you're a politician, it is important, the message that you're conveying. A debate is not about fighting somebody. That's not what a debate is. A fight is a fight. A debate is not a fight. A debate is an argument in where I use words to effectively convey, communicate substance. That's what it's supposed to be. And if I got to get cute to do that, cool, but it's not a fight. I'm not fighting you. It's my substance against your substance. And in a debate with somebody like, what's the
It's
idiot's name?
ideas.
Herschel Walker, it's my substance versus your trash. And I shouldn't have to sell substance over trash, but here we are. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's, again, how you're presenting it, and how you're presenting something leans into who you are or who you want people to believe you are. And Herschel Walker did better at that than we thought he was going to do in that debate. Doesn't mean he did good. He just did slightly better than we thought he was going to. That's it. That's the whole key. And yeah, debates, at the end of the day, who cares? It's still substance. But when you are presenting, especially in this time, in this climate of politics that we are in, there's a specialty to that. And we're talking about Katie Hobbs. Katie Hobbs, Mark and I were just talking. Sometimes you got to bend down to pull out the weeds, to pull them out. Sometimes you got to get down there and do it. And I hate her having to debate. Carrie Lake is certifiably insane. That's not even up for question. If we call her family, it'd probably be like, yeah, no, it's true. She's crazy. And so Katie shouldn't have to. 10 years ago, no one would say, hey, you gotta debate her. No, because it's no value. But in the political climate that we're in right now, yeah, you don't have to acknowledge her. It's not about fighting her. Again, it is
It's
using a
about
platform to combat her insanity with your substance and with your sanity and integrity. That's the fight. And no one can be above that fight, not right now.
her
So these
constituents.
these high-minded folks that are like, hey, I shouldn't have to do, I get it, because you don't want to give space to lunacy. I don't like talking about Kanye West on my timeline, but if I feel it gets to a point where I need to call something out, I'm going to, because that's the right thing to do. And we have to get better at choosing while we're still in this middle where we're still fighting our way out of insanity in politics. We have to choose our battles carefully, but that don't mean we don't choose any of them. So, like I said, for me, yes, policy issues, you all know that better than I do. I listen to you all, I learn from you all. For me, it always goes back to people and the heart of a person and presentation as well. And I don't want that to get lost in this in this conversation, because we're talking about presentation. That is a very important part. And so I don't want Stacey or Warnock or any of these other people to stifle who they're presenting themselves to be, whatever that is, their brand, their personhood, who they are as a public servant. That shouldn't be stifled, because what I feel that I have seen more often than not over these last few years is politicians that are sometimes are doing just that. They're not thinking, and they're not leaning into the areas that they need to be leaning into, and it's costing them, because they feel that these voices that are shouting things like reparations are shouting louder and more aggressively than the others. And what Stacey did, as Tiff rightly pointed out, was a smart tactic in saying, all right, I'm for it, and bring me your plan, because they're not going to show up with that. You see what I'm saying? But that's a way to get it out of the way and not necessarily engaging in a fight about it. But then
Yeah,
you
lean
still
into it
have
and
to,
not run.
right. But then you still have to follow that up with, so anyway, like I was trying to say about, the economy in the state of Georgia. Do you see what I'm saying? If you can't, you got to come back with some offense while you all are working on that, because that's so important to you. Thanks so much for taking care of that. And I look forward to your presentation. Let me get back to talking about what else I want to do for Georgia. Whatever. I just wanted to offer that because, debates rile me up for a different reason. Anyway, okay. I'm going to go back to the listener, and you lovely people keep talking. I'm learning a lot, and thanks for letting me come back up, Dee.
I
Well,
love
thank
your
you.
passion.
I know, and it's a great points for sure, because presentation does matter, and that's what I was kind of speaking to with Katie Hobbs. Like, I get it, the physical danger that exists there. Um, but at the same time, you're running to fight for the people of your state. People need to know you're going to fight for them. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
So,
understand what state we're talking about too. These are a bunch of ornery, gunslinging, uh, stand up for our right state, and it looks really weak. That's just kind of how the temperature is there amongst people, right?
yeah.
And so it's got a weak feel to it, which they're
And
looking.
that's Lake's purpose is to make her look like that, scared and weak. But again, like you said, there's a way of reframing
Yep.
that, in a debate, and in how you handle them. And I think most of the people here who have spoken to that, like Mark and Geechee and Renee and Tiff, like reframing that, and calling it out and not running from it, and Greg was saying that to a large degree too on these on our Twitter timeline. So we do have a few hands I want to get to, because we are getting into that wind up part of the space. It has been an awesome conversation today, so I want to get to these other hands.
I'm stunned. It's Monday. We always say Monday. Well, it's
Yeah,
Monday. It's gonna be
I
slow. We'll get off early.
Yeah, but it kind of depends on, the things that have gone on. So, I love it. And it is one of those days where I can afford to go a little bit later. So, Allie, then Kevin, thank you guys for your patience. Thank you guys for your passion, for your questions and responses. And like Renee said, I mean, I get smarter every day, by holding these spaces. And that's because of you guys. So I thank you. So,
and,
Allie.
and thank you, Mark and Geechee, for taking the time to answer some of these questions.
Yeah, and
Absolutely. And that is the beauty of the expertise that is contained within this community. It's just
Mhm.
there's always someone who can speak to those things, and I love that. I always say, really, truly, it's like for me, whether you're spiritual, you believe in God or not, I just feel that there is a kind of divine intervention that resides in this space, because the topics and things that we talk about, the people show up. It was like the day that President Biden, which, by the way, he had a press conference, and I put it up in the Jumbotron on student loans, because the website launched. So I don't want to forget that either. But yeah, I just want to say, you guys inspire me. I love you. So let me get to the hands, hear what you guys say. I have to think. Let's see. Allie,
so yeah.
Kevin,
Mhm.
Marco, Donna. Donna went back down. So Soul Sister and Free something. I can't read that.
I just wanted to echo a word that Renee said, authenticity. I really think that Stacey Abrams, let's just talk about it. She's overweight. She's not like a classic beauty that you see these people that get all polished when they're going into politics, but she is real and she works her ass off. She brought Georgia. She saved us. She brought Georgia, and women will respect her. Women will identify with her. We need to see her go ahead and say who she is. She's been an advocate all her life. She's inspiring, and she's an every woman in some ways, you know. And I know it's not you'll need a number of white women to vote for her, but think of all of those white women who just reacted to losing Roe versus Wade. She can speak to all of those issues. Warnock couldn't. I thought he was poorly advised. He could have talked about redemption. He could have talked about a lot of things and used his spirituality, and he didn't. But Stacey Abrams can be completely authentic in who she is as a woman. And we can listen. I think that she'll be really powerful if she does that with that authenticity, because that's 50% of the voters there. The other thing I just really wanted to mention is Boebert. Thanks again, Renee, for bringing her up. We've been trying to get rid of Boebert for 2 years. She has now, if you look up into the nest, her opponent is from that area that supported her last time. District 3 is huge, and she's losing in fundraising. He's been tied with her in the polls, and I know polls are iffy. But for a week now, going past a week, he's a good candidate. If you can throw your support behind him, he will be important. I don't see any press supporting Boebert ever. Nobody does. They never give her a break. She's an easy target. Let's go for her. Okay, those are the things I want to say.
Well,
Lots of
thank you
love
so
to you
much. And
guys.
I saw the things you put up in the nest on that candidate. So we want to help amplify him because, yeah, it's, many people that we can get out of there, especially the really wild, crazy obstructionist ones, the better we are. So thank you for bringing that information to us and your perspective on the things regarding the debate. And Stacy, I just love, like you said, um, the conversation we've had today around that. So, Kevin, you're up next, and then Soul Sister. I lost Donna, a couple other people. So, Soul Sister, and then Freedom 61.
Wow. I am I'm at a loss for words because I'm in a room full of greatness between Mark, Tiff, Allie, Geach, Marcos. I mean, just fantastic. I mean, great. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to that. The debate, information that you people put forth was fantastic. I just wish we could bubble that up to the people that need to get it to those people that are involved in those debates because that is spot on what they need to do. Especially, really, if somebody has to get in the ear of Katie Hobbs, I mean, she really needs to do that debate, even though she doesn't want to. But earlier I talked about debates and that. And the one thing I forgot to end up with, D, was it's we always say, what is it? Sunlight and sunshine is the greatest disinfectant. Well, that's what we need to do is we need those debates because that is what shows us number one what we want to see from our candidates, and at the same time what we want to see the crazies spew out of their foaming mouths, so that we can we can show to people that need to see it and have their eyes opened up to these knuckleheads, because really, I mean, it comes down to dishonesty and delirium is their downfall. I mean, you can't put it any more simpler than that. Speaking of which, good segue to that. So our wackadoodle Mastriano, and I say this because every time there's something new that comes out about him, I don't know how to get past the stench of it. So there's a new pack ad out and against Mastriano, and it shines the sunlight on this whimsical thesis that he wrote, where he's proselytizing about how he is this tough man hiding in the shadows, waiting to be called out to guide our country from being on its knees because the government's taken over all of our freedoms, and we have this whole cabal of so-called elites and cannibals and whatnot, martial law, and his people being thrown into re-education camps. And it just sounds like this whole QAnon crap. Well, as soon as I heard that, I clued right in on what he was talking about because, and this is why, let me explain. As a student in high school, and this wasn't required reading, I was a page turner. I literally digested books by the day. I was reading so much. And not all like required reading, but a lot of, fiction reading and that. So light reading or page turners, if you want to call it that. Well, it just so happened that exactly what Mastriano said, I read in a book by an author named William W. Johnstone. called Out of the Ashes, and it is exactly what he
I
had in
have
the
read
book.
that. I have read that.
You know what I'm talking about, Eugene?
I do.
So that what his thesis is crap, and I call him out on that because you know what? He had to have read it. It is to the T what he put in that stupid thesis. So he essentially plagiarized what this author wrote in his fictional accounting of this so-called strong man that was put in charge to bring the country back from the brink. But that is what it is. He's more than welcome to put out his crap. But see, that's where I'm different from him because I read it and recognized it for what it was. It was fiction. It wasn't real. But this is what they fall into, is this whole trap of believing the unreal and putting it out as their own beliefs, and it's what we need to keep shining the light on. So as much as Shapiro really doesn't want to debate him, like I said earlier, he really does need to debate him, and he needs to call him out for this crap. And because that's like the people before me said, you have to bring them to the table. You have to put this before them. You have to make sure that the debater calls this out and questions them on it, because people need to hear it, because not everybody is going to be tuned into that channel or that station, local station, that is pumping out that ad, to hear it and get that 30-second soundbite or do the research to read it. And that's why I'm trying to stay on top of it with these Pennsylvania people that we're dealing with here. I mean, it just keeps and it never ends. It never ends. I mean, this whole argument where they're our people, the Democrats like Susan Wild, are pushing this agenda and signing these bills to tax people under $75,000 and less. No, where is that? We know it's people over 400,000, but they keep pushing this. They're trying to make they're trying to say that our people that are already in there, like Susan Wild, are making it worse for people that are working hard, middle class people, to make us poorer. So, I mean, I'll stick a pin in that, but that's where my frustration comes in, is having to deal with this and see it on a regular basis. My mother, she's she's about ready to freaking blow a gasket over this, but she cannot stand listening to it anymore. And I keep telling her, be prepared, because once this midterm is done, then the presidential starts, and we got 2 years of that. So it never ends.
Well, thank you so much. And again, like you said, we do have to keep shining a light on these things. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you keep, coming in and giving us an update on the things that are going on there in Pennsylvania. So um, thank you for participating in the conversation today. And like I said, it's been a wonderful one. Every day it's great. Like I said, some days it's just exceptionally so. And today's one of those days. So I want to thank all of you guys who have participated in it actively, but also to you who have participated listening in the gallery. It makes a difference. It all matters. So I just thank you for being a part of this conversation today. So up next, we've got Soul Sister, or Freedom 61, and then Soul Sister. And I, again, like I said, I want to give you guys who are here on the stage an opportunity. If you'd like to have some closing thoughts, you've all been awesome. See, we lost Mark. He probably have to go pick his little one up. I understand. Um, but anyone who's on the stage and you want some closing thoughts, throw your hand up. This is the time. If you're in the gallery, I'm going to give you a few moments to request to the mic to come up to share some final thoughts with us before we begin our closeout. So, Freedom 61, and then Soul Sister.
Hey, thanks for having me. I actually live in Georgia, and just voted in Roswell and Fulton County. I've been in line. I was probably in line for about 30 minutes. The pulse is not good there, for what I gathered. I did bring up in the line on the pro-choice thing, that certainly this election would be tipping based on roe flipping, and all the people around me, they're not listening to the debates, they're not watching anything. That Fulton County actually pulled Warnock through on that last race, so I got a very bad feeling that I asked them if they'd seen the Marjorie the Marjorie Taylor Greene debate, the Herschel Walker debate. They do not care. They think that if you're raped or a byproduct of if you're raped or there's an incest rape, that you should have to have the baby. And this was exact words: move to a blue state. That was what was told to me. So I think just listening to some of the comments in here about the debate, I think it would be best if Stacey had these swing voters, that she should focus on the economy. And this is basically, you know, these people have already made up their minds down here in the area. In Fulton County, like, I was shocked because a lot of these were older women, and they lived in the pre-Roe era like me, and they think they were quoting the drinking the Kool-Aid, saying that they thought that law enforcement should take care of the rapists. I mean, it's like a complete, there's a brainwashing that it's there. I'm just hoping that Warnock gets the Fulton County district again. But after talking to all these people there, and then some lady turned around, she goes, "This is not the place to have it to be talking about politics right now." And I just started laughing. And then some lady said to me, I said, "Well, what would happen if you got raped and impregnated? You think you should be forced to have the baby?" And she's, "Well, I think that you know, if that should ever happen to me, that God will protect me and take care of me. And, at that point, you would be giving, birth to a human life, and it's not the child's fault." So I don't know that Stacey should get on that's all I want to say, because I don't want to tie up the room. But thanks for hosting the space. They're also recording all of the people walking in on the at the polls. Just so you know, they're recording everything. I
Are
would say,
these the poll watchers? Are these like the Republican poll watchers? Because they've hired a lot of those.
Yes. Also, too, I want people to know that some of the people working in the polls, they do get paid to work in there. And I'm just absolutely shocked at how many people in line thought that the absentee ballots during COVID, that they thought that they said they could have voted 5 different times based on the ballots they got in the mail. They think it's fraudulent. So everybody batten down the hatches, that they're going to start screaming that this election was rigged. All these things are going to come into place. But I'm telling you, the pulse on the ground in Fulton County is very scary, because Democrats usually show up early voting, which is what I did. And I thought I was surrounded by a bunch of Democrats, and I was not. So I pulled the lever. We'll see what happens. But I do think, I said, I don't know how any woman could vote with the way everything happened with SCOTUS. Then the woman said she was an attorney, and that even Ruth Bader Ginsburg did not thought that it should go back to the state.
Yeah, we don't want to repeat all of their crazy talking points.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Well,
don't
that's
like,
yeah. I'm just telling you, that's what I heard on the ground today in Georgia. So
Well,
that's
I appreciate your perspective. And, we had a few other Georgia voters who came in. Their reports were very good, and I
okay. That's good
recognize
to
that
know.
people were in different places, but they got to feel that they were in company with a lot of Democratic voters, and it was a very active and enthusiastic turnout. So, I mean, but I'm not discounting yours. Like I said, it's important that we get to see all of these various
Yeah.
perspective of how it's going on in the different places and spaces.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. I agree 100%. We'll see what happens. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. Thank you for having me.
yeah, we're gonna get this. We're sending Warnock back to the Senate, and we're going to send Stacey Abrams to the governor's house. So
Well, she got my vote, so we'll see what happens.
all
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so very much. So up next we have Soul Sister, and then we have a new speaker who has come up. I haven't heard her before in the space, and we'll hear from her. Soul Sister, do you mind just waiting one moment? Um,
Go ahead.
okay, thank you so much. Um, I don't know. I don't want to mispronounce your name. Ada is
Yes, hi, it's Ada. Yes, Ada Bamboo. Hi,
okay.
hi, hi. So happy to be here. I came late. I'm sorry. I just catch up. I live in Los Angeles, in California. You know how we are fighting nails and fingers and teeth, but we are good. Unfortunately, with the scandal that we have in the city hall, I'm sure you guys are aware. With our elected officials, the talk that's saying. However, we have our pack here. We are working with different coalitions to make sure that we're gonna push and win. I cannot vote yet. That will be next year. However, I am a Democrat. I'm in this country since 17 years, pushing on the Democrat. I speak 7 languages. Yo hablo español también. Je parle français, meaning all the language I can speak are helping me to help communities to come on board. We are working also on the calls, and even if it's another state, we push to help other states to make sure that the information are coming through. I'm a midwife, first of all. I'm a traveler, world traveler with Doctors Without Borders, and all the issue we have today with the right that women are losing their right, etc. We are making sure that the misinformation, we are fighting against misinformation all over the country, because it's not what we see overseas, right? Overseas, I went to 22 countries, including Latin America. You know that Mexico, women can have abortion right, and they can perform it in different countries, specifically in France too, in Europe. It's only here that we are working and walking backward, meaning our work as a women, that you know that we are the one who are attacked right now. With a Color of Change, you know the organization named Color of Change, Black Women for Wellness, Black Alliance for Just Immigration, the Health for All and Food for All coalition. We all come together to make sure that we're going to win and we're going to restore our rights, meaning we are there. If anybody need anything, you can put things on my social media. I'm going to relay it to other people, because we are Health for All. We are 180 organizations working together to change the politics and the dynamic. Thank you so much. Sorry for my accent. I'm Senegalese. I'm from West Africa, but I have this accent. I'm so happy to be here with you today. Thank you. Merci. Gracias. Asante Ashe.
Et
Well,
bienvenue, bienvenue, on est enchanté avec toi. Merci.
Merci aussi à toi aussi.
all right. Well, thank you so much for coming up and joining us. I do appreciate it. And thank you for the work that you're doing to help secure our democracy, even before you're able to vote, but understanding the importance of the work. So thank you so very much. And that's one of the things, that's our kind of our goal and our aim here, is to get people civically engaged. You know, many of the people here are, but what we do is to also help them to go out to get people who aren't engaged. So I thank you, and I'm always honored by to meet new people who are doing that kind of work. So thank you, and I hope that this won't be the last time that you come to the space and speak. We're here every day, Monday
Yes.
through Friday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we usually go at least 2.5 to 3 hours. But on days like today, when the conversation's great, we go a little longer. So thank you for coming in and joining in on that.
If I
Um,
can add just one thing, my daughter also, she was born in France, meaning she's not a citizen. And last in the last election, she couldn't even vote. She was the one calling her friends and tell them, "Hey, you guys don't get up and go and vote." I cannot. If I could, I would do that. Now she's 19, but she couldn't. Meaning she was the one who was on the phone with me and helping her friends who were born here to know who we have to vote for. You can see on my page there. She was saying, "Mom, who we have to vote for?" I said, "Okay, this," and she was relaying to her friends, and even be in the poll center to help one of the guy who didn't know what to do. She was saying, "You have to work on this. Take these papers." And she's an activist, and she was little. I'm a family of activists. For my grand uncle was the first Black congressman in Europe, France. And yeah, we are like that. We cannot change. But thank you so much for giving me the time to explain all this. We have to take our young people and push them to vote. Please, thank you.
Thank you again. Like I said, so glad you came in and joined in the conversation today. And you're absolutely right. And again, that's what we seek to do here, is to encourage and inspire one another. So thank you so much. And here in this community, we understand that it's important for us to do the work to save our democracy and to maintain it. Like it's an active thing for us. So thank you for coming and joining us today. And let's see. Soul Sister, you're up next, and then I'm going to go to Eugene for some closing thoughts, and we'll close out.
Thank you, guys, so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. You and Eugene, I really appreciate you for holding the space every day, Monday through Friday. It's just so important. And today's conversation has been exceptionally good. And it's always like when you least expect it. And so I appreciate that. I wanted to make a few comments about candidates and their campaign team. I really think that sometimes the people who are working on your campaign or their campaign, it becomes so insular that they almost take the candidate um, out of being in true contact with the people on the ground. And I think that's when the campaign struggles. And I think that's when we see the disconnect between what we understand would be a better move than what is actually happening. And I know that they do that because they feel that they have the people around them to trust. And, as the campaign heats up, there's more to worry about. And so there's more that they have to take their hands off of and trust the people that are around them, even if that team is not giving them or supporting them in the best way that leads them to victory. And so I totally agree with I agree with you, Dee. I do think that it's a very bad idea um for the woman in Arizona. I'm sorry, the woman who's running against Katie Hobbs, that's running against Carrie Lake. I think I have that name right. Um, to not debate. I think that's just it's giving her a lot of time to just hammer down on the fact that she doesn't have enough courage to stand on that stage with her. I understand her logic, but that's not how everybody's going to see it. And it's not really you're going to gain so much from the other side, but it's the people that are kind of wobbly and who might not have truly made up their mind about a decision on who they're going to vote for. It's giving them too much opportunity to be swayed to a side that is not yours, and that's ridiculous. In a case where you have someone like her who does have another candidate in the state that is going strong and has a great possibility of winning that seat, to not lean into the strength of that. And I think part of it too is that, we've talked about media training. We've talked about, or I've heard you guys talk about, I haven't, you talked about media training and talked about, preparing for a debate. I agree with Geechee. I think that sometimes they go in there and they're not prepared, or they've over prepared on one point and not prepared on another. And that's part of their team failing them, because it's not good enough for them to come and say, okay, we're going to do this media training. A lot of people think media training is the same as debate training, debate prep, and it's not. So many people in the campaign, and I only know this from my experience, and of course this is probably almost a decade ago now. um, I only know that part, where they use the same person. And it's these consulting firms, and it's a lot of who when that might not be the best one in there, but they're only doing it from one angle. They're not, the best campaign would be having someone come in there from many different angles, having a regular focus group come in and basically just hammer you with questions, and not all of them be supporters, just giving those type of opportunities. And I don't think that people take that opportunity because they don't want to expose their candidate, and they don't want this news to get out and that to get out. So there's a lot of ways to improve um, in in the areas of helping better our candidates be prepared and better our candidates to, on the path to winning. And it's just not, it's become a corporate game more so than a ground game like it used to be. And I think that's something that, while we might recognize it, I don't even think that they've recognized what's going on. And so I know I don't want to give them any excuses, and I don't want to give them a whole lot of grace, but there are definitely opportunities to improve there. And I do think that, when we see them falling short and we see them failing, we just have to keep doing what we're doing, which is, taking up the cause and kind of fighting their battles here on social media, or when we're canvassing, when we're text banking, when we're phone banking and all of that, because they're not going to be perfect people, and it's not going to be a perfect campaign, and it's really about reaching out and connecting to the people who are actually going to be at the ballot box pulling that lever. So that's all I wanted to say. I just really appreciate sitting in here today and hearing everyone, and just it charges me up and it re-energizes me to hear um, Geechee and Mark and Tiff and Renee and all of you, and just to be able to understand that we are all sharing in our frustrations, and we're all still trying to stay in the fight. I do think that it's important, though, when we are frustrated, and you do want to take the fight to the person, or to the group or whatever, to have that opportunity, because if not, it'll eat away you, and you'll implode. So I don't criticize when someone feels like that is the action they absolutely need to take, and I will support you in doing that whenever. So DM me, reach out to me, whatever. I don't really care. I'm usually available. So I did want to say that I don't think it's wrong, and I'm not saying that it might not be a futile effort, or it might be an exercise of frustrations. Yeah, it could probably possibly be both of those things, but it kind of, when you're in a fight, and when you're in a battle, you have to fight on many different levels. And if that's what it takes for you to take that negative energy and expel it to get back in on your game, then that's what you do. And I don't think that anyone needs to be blasted for that. So those are just a few things that I wanted to say about what I've been hearing while I've been sitting here. But I love this group, and I appreciate the efforts of everyone, and I enjoy listening more than I enjoy speaking, because I feel like you guys do it so much better than I. But every now and again, I will come up here and bumble my way through whatever I have to say, and I appreciate you giving me the grace of doing that. Thank you.
No worries. I mean, we love to hear from you. And I do. Like I said, we all have our gifts. And Yes, some of us are, more eloquent and passionate at certain moments or whatever. But I think all of those expressions and things that we share are valid, and that we learn from one another. And it's important for us to hear the different voices in our community and to value each of those things. And certainly, the voices and the perspectives that have been shared today have been exceptional, and I just want to say it was just such a treat and an honor to have, all the voices that we had in this space today, giving us the information. And Marco has rolled back in here. He knows just when we're getting ready to wrap up. So I'm going to give it to him. But I
Yeah,
also want to give Geek opportunity
No,
because,
no,
like I said,
because
I just appreciate all of the insight that you and Mark both have given to us today, and Tiff, for the great questions that allow the conversation to be expanded. Like I said, the gifts in
Mhm.
this community astound me. So I just want to thank you all for your contributions and the wonderful conversation. So we're going to give Marco, late to the party, Marco, a chance to chime in. No, he was here earlier
Well,
and he had to leave. He was so patient. But Marco, and then I'm going to see if Geechee and Tiff have any last words they'd like to share, and then Eugene, and we'll close out.
plus you guys were getting it in, so I started listening, then I had to go away for a bit. But you know what? I was listening to this, and I thought we should have the Spaces Award, like the Grammys and all of that. You know, we should make categories and have an award.
You're a
Especially if
mess,
we win,
Marco.
especially if we win the midterms and the next presidency. We have to start rewarding people, for the knowledge they bring. And
Well, I accept Gucci and Louis Vuitton. So just letting you know, Mark.
I'll send my list to you in the DM, Marco.
that'll be a good spaces, at night. Shauna can arrange it. She arranges everything, you know. So now that's all I got to say. I'm about silliness right now, you know.
I
But you
see.
guys were good. You guys
They,
were
they,
good though. I mean I thought I agree with Mark. If I was coaching Warnock, I would have told him to destroy Walker. But I hear you though. I mean, because I just don't like him. I think he's dumb. You know, period. But anyway,
they're all
we're
done,
past that.
all of these extreme
Yeah.
candidates, and I get
One
a
thing.
Hobbs, like I get her not wanting to be bothered with that crazy. I do get it, because that's kind of my first instinct and go to, but also not running to be governor. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah. Look, Big Gretch from Michigan. They actually went after her, and she still debated. You know. So I'm sorry. There's too many people depending on you to win.
exactly, and
So you can't hide,
mhm.
and plus the woman she's running against have so much presence. And it's like Soul Sister said, it's like if I'm a person and I'm not paying attention, all I'm going to see is that, oh, she was scared to show up. You have to have
And
conviction
that's
right now.
right.
You
And
know,
that's what Lake is counting on,
yeah.
that appearance being left in the minds of a lot of people, especially uninformed people, as opposed to the difference being the substance.
Right. You just have to learn how to take people like them down. And the Democrats need to show more damn conviction and start defending this president and stop running away from him. That's not the answer because that tells me that you don't truly believe in what you're doing. I mean, Warnock, there was so many ways he could have answered that question, at the end. But I mean, we went through all of that already, and I don't want to go back there. And I know you want to end the call. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And we'll always expand it a little bit for you, Marco, because we love you. And
Oh, don't make
yeah.
me cry. Don't make me cry now. Don't have me
No,
all. Oh,
we do,
he
like,
did name the
giving.
place.
He really did. I mean, and maybe some of the people in here haven't been around long enough for that. But when we first started this space, he was the host and I was the co-host. And I think what drew me to it, I was the second person in the space, like the first person in when he opened it. And the reason I was drawn to it because it was called pro democracy. I'm like, okay, I'm down with that. Let's talk about that. And we evolved over time, and we didn't kind of like that name pro democracy. We started using democracy. We played with a few things, and then we kind of had some suggestions or asked for some suggestions, and um, Marcos gave us first, democracy first. And that was his attitude of like, they got America first, come right back at him. And so that
And
was his
totally
attitude.
set us up because
Yeah,
everybody with their
exactly.
America First thing got really mad at us.
Yes, and so then Graham, he keyed in right away on the, democracy first thing. He thought it was just MAGA with a different spin. And so he played with us to see, are these people real or not? He threw some scientific information, in our timeline and stuff to see if we were going to come back with crazy. And then he was like, oh, they're not MAGA, real people. So anyway, that's a little democracy first history. And I just want to thank you guys for continuing to help us make it every day. We've been going at this for about 10 months now. I get a little weary sometimes, but I tell you, you guys lift me up and give me hope and, renew my enthusiasm daily. So I just want to thank you all for doing that, because that is that is my passion, like democracy. And I know, and people, they pretty much know that about me because I go in some totally unrelated spaces, not about politics. And eventually that word will get tossed around with my name. So not because of the space, but because that's my thing. I'm very, very committed and passionate about it because we're in danger. And I'm not going to stop fighting as long as I'm here to make sure that we save it and that we shore it up. And I believe that we can do it. And I know that with all the people we have in this community, we're going to make it happen. So thanks again. I'm going to give Tiff and then, oh, Shauna. Shauna came up. So
Yeah, I was
Shauna
gonna
and
say
then
Shauna's here.
yeah, so thanks, Shauna. So Shauna, and if Tiff or Geechee want to add something, and you too, Allie, then I'll give it to Eugene and we'll close out. Okay. Hey, Shauna.
Hey, I'll be quick. I know you want to close out. I've been so busy this afternoon, and I got off working and saw you guys were still going on. So, I just
Back
wanted
in
to
the
say,
day, they would go for hours.
I remember those days, right? But now you be closing up shop real early, so no, and I get it. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the Georgia voters that got out and voted today on the first day. I was so happy to see that, and I agree with what Soul Sister was just saying about Arizona. I hope that Katie Hobbs decides to debate because it's too purple of a state not to do that. There's not, I mean, if it was New York or something, I can understand it, but it's Arizona. So, I mean, they barely went blue last time. So I don't think it's a good idea for her to not do it. So, well, I don't know when the debate's supposed to be. I wasn't paying attention. So, I don't know. I hope that she changes her mind about it because that's not a good look. But I'm definitely looking forward to tonight's debate. I don't know what time that one is. Is it at
There's a couple of
6 or
posted.
7?
I don't know hard, but
Yeah,
Okay.
that's 6 your time, Shauna, 7 Eastern time.
Okay, and see, there's a space going on at that time. Me and Carla are doing the Tennessee space. I'm gonna see if we can wrap it up a little early because I know that Brian's doing an after space. Because I'm definitely gonna be watching and multitasking because I'm hoping that dreaded question does not come up about that stupid thread yesterday, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. But I'm hoping that she knocks it out of the park tonight because that's gonna help with independence and I didn't really have much to say. I love this community, and that's all I wanted to say. So thank you guys.
well, thank you, Shauna. Do you have a question, Marco, or someone?
Yeah, D, I
Who's?
just
Mm-hmm.
one a few sentences. We have to win these next elections because the midterms because Biden has set this country up to have years of economic expansion. if the Republicans take over the House, Senate, governorships, they're gonna take the credit for that. You know, they're not people aren't going to remember that these bills was passed that caused it. So I just wanted to say that. You know, that's why we
And
have to
it's
stand
great.
on
Yeah.
our convictions. You know, if
Mm-hmm.
damn it, I know there's inflation, but it's global inflation. You know, everybody's experiencing it. And you know what? We're the best economy out there. You know, we're the best economy in a messy world. You know,
Yeah, because Britain
so
has its own problems, and
yeah,
Ali spoke to a lot of the European,
right.
gave us a geopolitical viewpoints of that, and we have to, like I said, we have a lot going on here, but we also have to remember those geopolitical um, issues that resonate with us here, that have a direct impact on what's going on here, and also to help people understand when these narratives are being formed, like, we're doing so awful and everything, like there's a whole big world out there, and you really need to rethink that,
But the
because actually, in comparison, we're not doing too darn bad.
but the thing is right because the reason why inflation is so high is because we are doing so well. You know, jobs are being created, incomes are going up, and what's unique about it is that the incomes are rising at the lower levels. You know, that hasn't happened in the past. You
And
know,
it's with its intent, they're doing things to cause that to happen, because they're trying to address the wage gap, the wealth
right.
gap that exists.
Right. So I don't know. They need better spin doctors among the Democrats because we shouldn't be losing to Republicans. I mean, they crashed the economy twice. You
Well,
know,
we're the spin doctors, Marco. So here we
I
are.
guess so. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. We love you, Marco. I appreciate you. So, Tip, did you have anything that you wanted to add today?
Just watch the debate tonight. I'm sure we'll have a long conversation about it tomorrow. So hopefully everyone can tune in. I have the link. You can watch it on YouTube, so we can all view in and see what it's all about. Hopefully Stacey does a great job. And like Renee said, she is her authentic self, because I think that is something that I really don't know who Stacey is. Like, I know who she is, but I really don't know who Stacey is ideologically. So I look forward to getting to know the real Stacy. And hopefully she shows up and she shows out. So I'm wishing her some good luck, and her can send her some positive energy and good vibes so that she can do well tonight. The only other thing that I want to say is, there was a lot of stuff on timeline today about allyship, and I just want to say, and Gishi said it perfectly on the timeline, being an ally doesn't mean that you're perfect. It means that you are fighting alongside us and you are doing the work to be able to counter the racist and foolishness that is out there. People make mistakes, and that is okay. When you make a mistake, you own your mistake. And what I don't like is people playing the ally game. They're more of an ally than someone else. I think that's whack. So I feel like we let us assess a situation and determine if somebody crossed the line or they did something that we don't like, and be able to kind of have that conversation, rather than people just coming out saying, well, block this person, unfollow, doing all this other stuff. Like, I don't think that's fair. I would never tell anyone to block someone unless they're a total bot. But if we're in the same collective type situation, I would hope that, everyone can make their own decision on who they want to follow or don't follow, what bothers them, what doesn't bother them. But I think we just, as I said before, when these kind of situations arise, I think we need to give people a little bit of grace and understand, kind of who they are and what they're about, because we have, and when somebody tells you, like, hey, this person is cool, like, they made a mistake, but I don't think it's fair, like, listen to us so that you can understand, kind of where we're coming from. So thank you, Gichi, for posting that post. I thought it was really good. Sometimes you can be mean, but that was really nice what you said. And so, yeah, let our allyship is based on actions, not words. And sometimes words can be misconstrued, or people misunderstand what we're saying. So let's focus on actions and keep doing the work. So thank you.
Awesome. Beautiful. Great words of wisdom. As always, thank you so much. Geechee, last word, sir. He may be off busy doing something.
I
Are
was
you?
talking nice about him and he wasn't even here. I can't
I
even.
know. I know how he drops out sometimes. We'll tell him that you complimented him, and I'll have to go look at the good work that he, you know, how he's talked nice to somebody. So, thank you so much again, and thank you, Geechee. And Eugene, I'm going to turn it over to you before I give us our closing reading.
Oh, so I was just glancing at this video, uh, Lindsey Graham praising Herschel Walker, just thinking just how nuts this whole thing has gotten. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Man, what an amazing room today, and thank you everybody for your contributions. I just like I'm stunned to be a part of this community, and humbled daily. I'm you know you were speaking of allyship. You know, I'm I'm like I'm a friend, right? I like really enjoy good hearts, and I have met nothing but just amazing hearts, with so many talents. I mean, it's been really neat to witness this. I I always said if you can get one person to go vote, you did something. And I believe as a collective of this community, like this community's moved the needle. I don't know by how much or the extent of it, but it has moved the needle. And for that, I'm very proud to have sat here and been a part of this. I uh I was thinking back to like when this first started and like we just really wanted to like have voting rights, right? That was our big thing. If you can't vote, you can't change anything. And if there's one thing that scares me is it's that losing the right to vote. And Georgia was like our main focus at the time because it was a clear scenario of just how bad it had gotten in this attack on our rights as sovereign citizens to have a voice in the future of our country. Anyways, my thanks to everybody, and once again, I just want to say I am honored to learn and to be a part of this. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you being my co-host during this time that we have been having these awesome conversations in Democracy First. And I just thank all of you who come and continue to support us, one another, and to all the work that comes from this collective and these conversations and work that's been done and conversations that's being had in other wonderful spaces by members of this collective. We're doing the work, and as I said, it inspires me. And something else that inspires me are these words from the late great Representative John Lewis, and that is, "Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble." So I thank you guys for coming here every day, joining Eugene and I, making noise and good trouble, and leaving this and going out amongst your circle of influence and continuing to make noise and good trouble that I know is making a difference. And I just want to say, keep up the great work. It's going to take all of us. No one can sit this out. We're 3 weeks away from determining whether or not we hold our democracy. So let's go, you guys. And I want to leave you with peace and blessings and invite you back here tomorrow, where we will be having more conversations about the debates. And, check out the links, the information in the nest and the jumbotron and in the thread. There are several debates. There are links to those debates and just always great information. I want to thank you all again and leave you with peace and blessings. And I'll see you around in these Twitter streets. Bye.